All right. Hi, yes, hello everyone. How is it going on this fine Monday morning? Uh, whew, I'm running just a skosh late. I mean, it's 9:02, but uh, meant to get going at 9 o'clock. I like to hit the start button, a few minutes before 9 o'clock. Give myself just like a moment to be like, okay, we're locked in. Make sure everything's good. Also, give you guys a moment to see we're live and whatnot. Uh, but I ended up doing that right at 9 o'clock or 8:59, whatever, splitting hairs. But anyway, we are live. How's it going, everybody? No stream last week because I got the flu and my voice was not ready, not ready for that. So didn't happen. Uh, I only mention it because I might be clearing my throat a lot and like there might be a couple of coughs. I apologize for that auditory experience. Which, speaking of, I hope the levels are all right. Let me know if my volume's coming through all right and everything sounds good. Uh, yeah, and I guess with kind of the morning ramble out of the way, uh, why don't we talk about what we're doing today? So I want to, build beaches in Blender. The idea here is that I've got a couple of life sims that I've been working on. We've talked about this on on stream. That's going to be the next video. I just need to finish that up real quick, but we've done a couple of simulations, and I have more simulations I want to do, and I want to have a landscape to kind of work on. So that's kind of what I want to do, and I think it would be fun. Uh, I'm sorry, getting messages. Uh, I think it would be fun to have a landscape to simulate on, kind of just give us some geometry, some topology that's a little bit more real world and a little less abstract. And I think it would be fun. I go back and forth on this idea of simulating an entire planet, right? And kind of like hand painting or simulating. Uh, I'm sorry, hold on just 1 second. Uh, I'm sorry. I had a message I had to respond to, but uh where was I at? Oh, I want to make a planet. I think that would be super super fun, but uh it's a little bit more manageable to at least just start off with like one landscape, right? And I have a couple of projects besides like simulations that I'm working on that it would make a lot of sense if we make a beach, kind of like an intertidal zone, uh, it, where there's a lot going on, right? Like you've got it's this boundary between the ocean and the land, and I think there's a lot that could be explored in that transition with these life sims and whatnot. I think there's a lot of interesting art that could be created. I think we could maybe even do some paleo art. Check out my blog post about that. Links in the description to my Patreon. It's free. Uh, Shameless plug. But I am talking about like some paleo art I kind of wanted to make on my blog, and this is maybe a little bit of that. Not gonna lie, but anyway, that's kind of the idea and where I want to go with all of this. So without further ado, why don't we jump into Blender here? Let me just check something real quick. Let's jump into Blender and play around with some stuff, right? Do. Believe. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, default scene, right? Uh, let's just get rid of everything, and we're going to bring in a plane. And this is where we have a couple of options for how we could go about doing this. So I think it would be fun to do some weight painting, or not vertex painting. That's not the one that I want. What is it? Texture painting. I lean towards weight painting. But if we do that, it'll be a little less heavy on the geometry nodes, which we know that's mostly what we do here, right? uh, there would still be geometry nodes involved, but it would be a lot more handcrafted, which is maybe the direction I want to go in. Or we can talk about different noise, different kinds of noise, Perlin noise, and like making the various patterns that make up a landscape. If that makes sense, like do a lot of fine tuning of different noise values, which by the way, uh, because we want to work with references, I just want to bring this up. So this is the area that I made for the, or that sorry, I didn't make this. Oh God, no. This is the area that I found kind of on Google Earth for the thumbnail, but also as inspiration for what we want to make here. I want to kind of take inspiration from this coastline and have a combination of sandy beaches and rocky outcroppings. I think there's an Artifexian video that talks about uh, like kind of the structure of beaches and coastlines and why you get this alternating like rocky cliffs and sandy beaches, rocky cliffs, sandy beaches. Uh, I don't remember all of the like geophysics that goes into building that, but there is this pattern in nature where we have this alteration, and uh, you can see it here. There's also, oh, that's a pretty long beach actually. There are, I don't know if there are equations that like show how this would come about, like how things would erode. But we're not going to go quite that deep. I just wanted to talk about like there are broad patterns that I want to pull from, and we're going to reference the map to kind of be inspired by, and also just like use this as a template. Maybe that's maybe the words I want. uh, but yeah, we're going to try and do this. I'm leaning towards weight painting because like there's a lot that you can do with that data, and if we just set up some geometry nodes to take some data, we can then hand paint, and I think that would be a lot of fun. Like I love doing things procedurally, but at the same time, sometimes you just want to get your hands in there, right? And like do just be a human and just draw instead of writing up equations and making this like super parametric and computational version of what you see in nature, right? So, uh, if no one really wants to do the noise version, we're just gonna run with that, and maybe we'll change it up later. And for the record, there are ways to combine those two methods, at least that I can imagine. So maybe that's what we'll do eventually. But for right now, let's just hop into Blender. I'm gonna, keep this open. Maybe in a minute, I might take a screenshot of this so that we can pull it into Blender and trace a little bit, right? But okay, so we've got our plane. And if we hop in to edit mode, right, we need more geometry, and we can't just drop geometry nodes on this to get more geometry. Like we could pull up just whatever object and then make a grid using geometry nodes. Why don't I show you what I'm talking about while I'm talking about it? So pulling up geometry nodes here. Let's hop out of edit mode. We could, well, first off, get that menu out of the way. We could pull up a grid and use this. Except if we were to do that, like we could put in whatever numbers we want to set up this grid. If we do that, we'll get very quickly a highly subdivided mesh, which would be nice to work on, and it would be nice to be able to adjust all of these things, but then we can't paint on it, because anything you do in edit mode, anything you do in all of these various modes in this menu, right? uh, you have to evaluate the geometry, by which I mean like apply the geometry nodes in order to actually manipulate any geometry that you generate in geometry nodes through the different editing modes available in this menu. So instead, we actually have to, oops, wrong button. Uh, we have to run with the geometry that we make. So sorry, it turned blue and I was like, wait, but I can't do it this way. What are you talking about? Did everything I just say, is everything I just said wrong? No, no, it's not. We just need to get rid of those geometry nodes. We will have some geometry nodes here in a second, but I want to paint some data so that we can see how the data relates and how it's going to affect our mesh, right? So we're just going to do top-down view here, and right now we have very little geometry, so there's nothing going on here effectively. What we need to do is jump into edit mode and subdivide. And let's use the menu here and just kind of crank our subdivisions. Yeah, I guess that's fair. Can only do 10 subdivides in one go. It's almost like Blender's trying to keep us from going too crazy. But okay, so what is that? 10 by 10, so 100 per side. So we've got 10,000 vertices. I'm fairly certain. It's not that it matters so much. Like, we don't need to know exactly. I'm just trying to get a feel for how subdivided is this? How much do we, like, how much data are we handling? And just kind of a feel for that so that we don't go too crazy too quickly. Because if I did another 10, I don't think my computer could do all of that and stream. So, I think that's good for now. This does make me reconsider and be like, well, should we do this with shaders? But I do want geometry, and the only way we could do this without having a ton of geometry in shaders would be to like paint volumes, if that makes sense. We could paint the density in a volume, or you could, like, I've got this method, again, I've talked about it in my blog, where we could instance a bunch of layers of geometry and then use noise or paint height data on this to be able to like cut out sections using shaders. I hope that makes sense without me actually doing it, but I think for now let's just run with weight painting. So let's turn up the radius, and I'm not going to draw a whole lot of much for right now. We're just going to kind of get some data in here. And like, that's a horrible beach, but it gives us something to then go in geometry nodes. Object mode, thank you. And we're going to switch back to just flat shaded. Now let's do our geometry nodes. This is going to be the simplest setup ever. We're going to take set position, turn on grid snapping because that's just nicer. There we go. And what we're going to do, we don't want separate, we want combine X, Y, Z. And we're going to, yeah, I think offset will work. And let's take our Z, plug it in here. We could rename that something here in a second, but for now, let's just hit this little like spreadsheet looking button. And now we're able to type in whatever data we want, whatever like group data. There's a name for this. I don't remember it offhand, but the default name of the weight paint that we just made is group. If we switch back to weight paint, we can see here it's just called group. Let's maybe call that something a little bit more descriptive. Let's call it height, right? And now we can come in here, plug in height, And wow, would you look at that? We've got some geometry. Like, we can see how it is our weight painting is affecting our grid, which is pretty good. So, uh, now I'm just debating. So I was thinking about doing maybe two different weight paint layers. One for our terrestrial environment, if you will, like the land on the beach, and then one for uh, the marine environment, so that we have more detail in our weight paints. Because right now we can only really paint 0 to 1, right? I think it would be neat to have like, okay, our water level is fixed at 0 on the Z, so we can add add height to our land and then like subtract height from our water. Uh like we could just say that, oh, okay, we'll put in another grid, we'll raise up the water level so that it's somewhere in the middle, but I kind of like just kind of having it set at 0. Uh I don't know, it makes sense to me, so I think that's what we're going to do. So we've got that. Let's get another set position. And we need some test, right? We need some way to know, okay, if we're going to have two different uh, layers here, we need to be able to say, okay, these points use this one, these other points use the other one. And do we want to be able to blend between the two? That's a great question. I'm not entirely sure. Sorry, I'm just thinking because like I didn't really plan this out. This isn't something that I've done like I've played around with this some before a while ago, but this isn't something that I made and then went, okay, like let's do this on stream. Let's show how this is done. This one I'm kind of just making up as I go along, which I thought would be a little bit of fun, right? Like I don't have it planned out, so it may be a little less polished, the walkthrough here, but now we can kind of figure this out together, right? I think that would be fun. So we've got set position. Oops. And let's get another combine XYZ because again, we only want to use the Z. And now we'll start renaming things. So we've got land height, marine height. We'll do this. We don't have marine height, so let's fix that. Change some names. Can I not? There we go. It wasn't letting me like move around in the name of that. Okay, we've got that. We need another one. Marine height. There we go. Let's put in marine height. Also, if my spelling is off, let me know. I'm horrible at spelling, but land height. Okay. So let's do that. Oh, and we need a vector math. And let's just set that to scale and -1. There we go. So that now when we paint in, it's going to get a little wild. I think mostly because we're not looking straight down. But now when we paint it in, whew. Oh boy. That's not nearly as smooth as when we were painting the land height. Hold on. Let's turn the weight down so that things are a little smoother when we affect them. Switch back to land height, and I just want to see, are we getting the same issue? We are. Okay, so maybe let's turn that off for now and not actually change the height of our terrain while we're working with this. And does that process a little better? It does. Okay, so just something to keep in mind there, I guess, as we go about this. We can't have it changed as we're painting. I guess that makes sense because it's trying to adjust it as we're doing it. So it gets choppy because it's trying to do both calculations at the same time, right? Uh, like we're trying to we're painting on it, so we're telling it which ones to adjust, but then when we adjust that data, it changes where the vertices are. Uh, yeah, so it makes sense that that would be a little clunky, so let's just be careful. And let's just smooth that out a little bit. And I guess maybe first off, we should get a mask going here. That's maybe a good idea. Let's get a mask to blend between the two. So let's bring in a third group, and we'll call this mask. And this will kind of drive the selection. Although selection is a Boolean. Ooh, wait. Let's get rid of this. We'll just use the one set position, and we'll get a mix node. I've been using these lately, and it's really fun. It's really fun using the mix nodes, like just pulling in whatever 0 to 1 parameter for your factor and then like mixing vectors together. I've gotten some interesting results in some of my projects lately. So okay, there we go. Oh, we don't want that scale to be there. We want the scale before the mix. Now plug that in. And while I'm at it, just clean everything up, because if we don't clean things up, our nodes will get a little wild and hard to read, and I don't want that. Always want to have legible nodes. So, okay, there we go. That's a lot better. Move this over. And yeah, so now we should be able to mix with that. Let's take our factor, make it again parameter here, and yeah, we already made the layer, so didn't we make the layer, or is there just no data here so it's not coming up? Oh, interesting. Interesting, okay. Why are you... Oh, that's odd. Is it affecting the normals? It might be affecting the normals of our grid. Wonder what happens. Shade smooth. Interesting. Even though we haven't offset it, it's changing the normals. That's fascinating. Anyway, let's just type in mask. I think I capitalized it. And see if that works. Weight paint. Yeah, I capitalized it. Okay. So we've got mask, land height, marine height. That's a little wild. Let's turn that down. So okay. Only some of these things should be affected. Huh. If we turn this on, all of our geometry is changing height, but it should only be the region that... No. This is interesting. Okay. Sorry, I was thinking, like, it should only be the region that we painted in the mask that should have any change. Well, not any change, but... Sorry, I just gotta think for a second. What if we get rid of this? Oh, no? Oh, okay, yeah. So our mix is working. I'm just maybe not envisioning what the result should look like correctly. So let's plug that back in there and switch to our mask. Okay, so set this to a weight of 0, just clear this out real quick. Let's say for now we want value of 1 and we want this like half to have the land values. And this, I do think this looks like it's working. It's just I have these backwards, because if I'm saying 1 is going to be the land, then we need that to be in B, because the way factor is calculated is with so 0 over here, 1 over here, right? A is 0. So at 0 we have 100% A. Then we transition to B as we go, right? Which is why we need to switch them, because if I'm going to say that land is A, then that needs to be our B. Like if land we expect to have a value of 1 on our mask, it has to be B. Which is a little unfortunate. Let me just erase all of this nonsense now. It's a little unfortunate because it feels right to have land be the first input, but like that's all arbitrary, so whatever. So okay, now our nodes are organized and it's easier to keep track of what's what. So okay, we've got land, we've got ocean. Now we can start drawing like the barrier between them in our mask. We can affect the overall height for our land. And we can affect the overall height for our marine environment. Cool. And we can blend between them, right? Because this isn't a hard mask, at least not right now. We could make it so that this is a hard cutoff, but right now we do have some mixing going on. So we can have 2 different patterns. And this is kind of where I was saying, like, we could potentially use a bunch of noise, a bunch of Perlin noise and whatnot. Oh, hello, Salah. How's it going? Hope you're doing well. Happy Monday. But yeah, we could use this to mix between the 2 and use noise and whatnot. Or we can continue to hand paint whatever we like. And I think for now, let's hand paint. But we're going to start off with the mask. So let's kind of clear. Do we want to clear? I think land will make just 100% 1 value, so that we can see the transition that we've got going on. Oh, turn that off so it's easier to paint. We'll make land 100% 1. Our marine values 100%, not 1, 0. And now we'll just focus on the transition in the mask. And now I'm considering whether or not this is overly engineered. Because do we really need 3 layers to achieve what we're going for? Like, I was thinking, okay, that would give us more data. If we have 2 masks, we can have a value that goes from basically -1 all the way up to 1. But we could interpolate just the mask to go from 0 to 1 to be -1 to 1. So I think I've over-engineered this. Isn't that just how it is? Oops, right. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. Sorry, things get weird when you go to undo when you're working in an edit mode and in geometry nodes at the same time. C'est la vie. But okay. Do we want multiple masks or multiple layers? Or should we just interpolate the 1? We might want to just interpolate the 1 now that I'm really thinking about it. But we have more to play with if we want to. You know, we're going to leave that all set up and just kind of duplicate this for the time being, because I haven't made up my mind exactly which method we're going to do. But okay, we can just take the factor, run that into a combine, get rid of all this extra nonsense. Come on, delete, thank you. And we need a map range node. Take this from 0 to 1 to -1 to 1. Drop that in before our combine. And now this is basically the same thing, just with fewer controls, which we're overcomplicating things, right? And that's what I get for just kind of running with whatever I think up, because usually my first thought, not the best thought. Anyway, we have our mask, which is driving our factor. We can just use this to drive the height, and now it's, you know, doing the full range we wanted to see. And we could adjust those min and max heights too, because looking at our reference, I have a feeling that under the water here, it doesn't drop off at least immediately as like deep as the mountains that we've got here. So we could adjust that range to better fit the source material. But let's just start painting, right? Let's just get into it. Let's paint some environments and see what comes of it. Because this is effectively as complicated as I expect that to get. Like, we could add to it, but this is the bare bones what you need. And that's maybe where I should have started, is just the bare bones. But anyway, let's get our weight, drag that down, make our radius a lot smaller. No, we're going to make the radius larger because I want to get like a rough idea of what we want this to look like. Like, let's actually start off with, with a gradient going from one side to the other. Well, no, we need to clear this out first, then we'll get a gradient as our base. And this should be able to... You can tell how often I do things outside of geometry nodes by how well I'm remembering the steps I need to actually paint this, right? C'est la vie. Anyway, so we've got a gradient. Not the world's best gradient, but it's a gradient. Okay. I wish we could see... I wish we could see how it gets transformed and be able to paint well at the same time. That would be so convenient. But beggars can't be choosers, I suppose. Let's turn that back off so we can paint. I'm thinking we should probably turn this up at least a little bit higher, maybe 0.75. I don't really want to start off with a base that goes entirely from like minimum to maximum. I want some room to be able to carve out some of the low regions and build up the high regions. So that should be a lot closer to what we want. And we'll flatten that out a little bit more in a minute. Now we need to kind of figure out what our scale is, if that makes sense. Like, taking a look at the reference, okay, we're working at the size of 1 meter, right? Or 2 meters? This is a 2x2 grid. So what is that in real world space? Do we want to work with, like, saying that this is in kilometers? Because if that's the case, how big is a kilometer on here? And yes, I'm using kilometers. Sue me. If there are any fellow Americans watching, Blender works in metric, so I'm just sticking with metric. uh, well, Blender doesn't default to metric, but that's a discussion for another time. Uh, let's see. I kind of wanted. Oh, we do have some controls down here. Like, I don't want to have all of the labels and whatnot. I don't want to show off exactly where in the world we're looking. I mean, I guess it's not that big of a deal, but it feels weird to show, like, people's houses and also where those are. So we're not going to label the stuff. Uh, but I do want... Oh, there it is. Okay. Currently, this, like, that looks like an inch to me. I know I just said I was gonna work in metric, but that looks like an inch to my eye, and that's 300 meters. So if we scale out, so we have 1,000 meters. So this is a kilometer. So if we go 2 kilometers, that would be like this-ish region here. I don't think we'd get all of these rocks and little islands. But we definitely get this rocky outcrop right here, which is pretty good. This is kind of the range of terrain I wanted. I want a couple of rocks, like rocky, like the shoreline turns into cliffs and rocks, right? I want to break up the beach, have kind of like a more natural barrier on the beach. That way we don't have to draw everything in the whole surrounding area in case it's on camera for the scene that I'm envisioning. And we have this nice beachy area with a little bit more rocks. So okay, we're gonna say that this is kind of the region we're going to go off of, which makes me a little bit sad. I wanted to include these rocks, and maybe we will. We can take some artistic license and just move them inland a little bit, right? So we get at least one there. So why don't we take a quick screen grab of this area that we want to work with. Do. Yeah, that's more than we need. But that's fine. Why not try to use a photo of a height map of a real beach to drive displacement? Good question. So that is definitely something that I have considered, right? Like bringing in real world height data. I thought it would be fun to try and just kind of make this up, if that makes sense. Like try and paint it in and not just pull real world data so that this is a real world place. I want this to be a place that can be used in a scene that I I don't know. I'm trying to justify my feelings, I guess. It's more I just thought it would be fun to paint uh an area instead of pull real world data, because a larger project I want to do is to invent like my own planet. Uh, and that's a huge task, but there we wouldn't really be sampling real world data. It would be drawing it by hand or making use of different noise textures to get these same patterns that we see in real life, if that makes sense. So that's kind of where I want to take this. But if you guys would rather see the use of real height map data and like real displacement data applied to a mesh, we can do that, because that's also a fun task and a neat technical challenge, right? Uh, so yeah, I guess to sum up, like that's not really my goal with this, but it is something we can do. Anyway, let me just save this real quick so it can be brought into Blender. There we go. Okay. So we can close that. And I think correct me if I'm wrong, but Blender can just pull in an image and it'll automatically create an empty. Like an empty with the image. If I can find the thing I just saved. There it is, okay. So if I just drop that error... Oh, because we're not in object mode. That makes perfect sense. There we go, okay. So, let's grab that, align it. Yeah, let's just align it to our grid. Maybe scale it up, no, down a little bit because I want more to end up in this area. And this is where we're going to just kind of take some inspiration, right? Oh, hello, hello, M4X, or Max, I would assume. Hello and welcome. But yeah, so I think that's roughly the area we want. Ooh, and okay, what was the Z value of that image? Or do we only see it in orthogonal? That's not something I do very often, pulling images into Blender. Max. Well, hello, Max. Hello, hello. But yeah, I don't often pull images in, so I kind of thought it would float here in perspective view. I guess not. That's fine. The only thing is here, we need to make this at least a little bit transparent. Yeah, I get it. In that way, you can get more creative. Exactly, and that's kind of what I want to do, is just be a little bit more creative, have a little bit of fun making something up. But again, if you want to see pulling data into Blender, I have done that. It is very fun, and I'd be fine getting sidetracked. I guess the only thing is, like, I only know how to pull US data because that's the only... I've only really done that. I don't know where else in the world we could pull. This area is in the US, so that's not a big deal, but it would be interesting to, like, do a little bit of a tangent and try and figure out how to pull height data from different regions of the world, because I have no idea where that data lives on the internet. Excuse me. Anyway, we need this to be transparent. I know that's a thing we can do. Viewport display, yeah. Color, we do have alpha. Okay. Well, that didn't do what I expected it to do. Do we have to go into shading preview? It looks like no. Okay. Sorry, just a second as I figure this out. I've never... No, I can't say I've never done this. I've definitely done this before. How do you get transparency in the viewport? Like, I thought viewport shading, and now I've lost it. I thought viewport display would have changed, like, the transparency for that. Visibility? No. Alright, I'm gonna have to do a quick Google. See if we can't figure out viewport transparency. Yeah, how do I make a... I'm not a robot. I'm not signed... I'm not doing this on live on stream. Nope. Viewport transparency in Blender. We're not gonna watch a video unless we absolutely have to. Display as? Display as. Like, is that... So, so for context, I almost exclusively work in geometry nodes, so there are lots of little things in Blender that I have no idea. So I do appreciate the patience and help. Where is display as? Like, it doesn't look like it's on the object. It could be in world settings, but I kind of doubt it. That's the background. These are all world settings. I just checking things, checking things in places. Render, window, help, do, layout. Well, no, I don't want to switch the layout. Yeah. Not not seeing it here. Viewport display. Oh, wait, are there settings? I guess I didn't check to see how old that post was. Found it. Cool. In viewport display at object pane. Really? Yeah, no, I didn't. Oh, that's world. Do. Here we go. Viewport display. Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Wait, let me. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm behind. It's behind me. So I was playing with the alpha here, and that doesn't seem to work. Press on image in the outliner. Yeah. Okay, here's a good question. Z value. Yeah, no. I'm not trying to affect the transparency of the image, but the plane we're working on. Dropbox menu. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but I think this should work. Go to object. There we go. Okay. Okay, so this does work. You were absolutely right, and thank you for that, Max. I appreciate it. I just didn't know about this section. Change the display as to wire. Yeah, wireframe would be good, but then we couldn't see the data that we're painting onto the mesh. Yeah. No, I appreciate the help. Thank you so much. Also, I know there's delay, so sorry about that. But cool. We've got it. Now we can start painting. Theoretically, let's see if we still have. Son of a gun. All right, that's fine. It's fine. Let's hop back into object mode real quick. And even though we just went on a whole tangent trying to figure that out, I think we're just going to have it off to the side, and we'll just paint as is. Yeah, that's annoying, but I do appreciate the help, and now you learn something new, right? You learn something new every day. Okay, so now that we're kind of set up, basically, let's actually start taking some inspiration here and start painting this in a little bit, right? So, okay, let's drop the weight down. Let's put the weight at 0.5 and just see how that feels. Drop the strength down some. I'm fine with the fall off of this. And let's paint, I suppose. Oh, and change the radius. We need to drop that right down. Cool. Okay, so. Oh, and last thing, we have to turn off our geometry nodes because we just want to look at the data. Otherwise, things get weird, as we saw a minute ago. So, okay. I guess since this is... I thought I turned you off. Stay off. Stop it. But since this is pretty high, I guess we want a smaller value, and we're going to start trimming off some of this land, if that makes sense. So, okay. Let's start, you're just kind of carving in here. Again, turn that off. I swear it's gonna take me a minute to really remember that I have to do that, but whatever. This is gonna look like a lot of nothing for a minute, and apologies for that. But oh, and I'm doing this with my mouse, with my trackball mouse. What am I doing? I set up my tablet as an extra monitor so that we can draw a lot easier. So okay, I'm gonna be looking down now because I'm holding my tablet, but we should be able to. A, use pressure sensitivity, which is really good, and B, have a lot more control over this, right? So I'm just kind of eyeballing it off of the region that we've got picked out. And we're going to need to get some drop off in here. Like, we'll need to affect this region and like how quickly it drops off in a minute, but right now I'm just kind of going for shapes, right? So let's bring in a little bit more weight, add to here in the water. How does that look? I was really hoping that we'd be able to like look through this and be able to trace a little bit easier, and also be able to see this in real time. Like, that's really upsetting. Like, I had no idea that's the difference in values that we were just doing. Oh, this is gonna take a little bit of getting used to. But it's cool how quickly and easily we can like get an interesting looking terrain, like a custom terrain out of this. I think that's so much fun. Oh, here's an idea. Hold on. Hold on. I just had a thought. We might be able to actually get this so that we can look at the height data and be able to paint in real time a lot better. So what we're going to do is bring in a join geometry and another set position. No. We're just going to take the X value and give this an offset of 2 meters on the X. So it'll come over here. And then we're going to join this. Split the viewport. Yes, definitely. You know where I'm going with this. I'll do that here in a hot second. Once we get 2 versions of our geometry in, because even if I split the viewport like this, I wouldn't be able to draw and see it, right? At least to my knowledge, because I'm pretty sure turning this on and off, like, we can't do that per viewport, but I could be wrong there. Anyway, yeah, turn this on so that we can see what we're doing. And now we want to bring this in with no transforms, and I might actually give that just a little bit more buffer. There we go. Okay. So now let's split the viewport. This may not be the best way to split the viewports, but now we can take a look at just this. Actually, no, we're gonna slide that over quite a ways, and in this viewport have this fixed camera angle. And in this viewport actually see what's going on. Yeah, that's a horrible way to split this, so what would be a better view? Oh, maybe I don't know what to do with this corner, but we can bring the 3D up in this one, and this is where we'll work. Or I guess we don't need 2 panels necessarily. Just, that's a lot better. Anyway, let's hop back into weight paint. And now, this should work better. Let's see how well this works for actually painting. Like, if we get that choppy effect we were getting earlier, or if it works out all right. I think that looks pretty darn good. Yeah, that's nice and smooth. Heck yeah, let's go. All right. Anyway, let's undo that. And yeah, that's quite the drop off, right? So, okay. Let's turn our weight up, I guess. So we know that the high part here, oops, is around 0.75 for the input values, right? So we need something just a little bit smaller to carve out just a little bit here. We also have, I think that's average? No, that's blur. Okay, that's blur. So we can also go ahead and blur, but let's turn, the strength is up pretty far. I guess just gotta do it more. Let's turn the radius up. The strength is all the way up on this blur, so I would have thought it would blur a lot faster than that. Just gonna furiously scribble to get these values to spread out a little bit more, I guess. Anyway, like I said a minute ago, going for big shapes, so I'm just kind of blurring this out so we get something a little bit interesting, and then we'll go in and carve it out again. To do. Okay, so switching back to our brush, turn the radius back down. Let's see. I guess let's, oh, you know what? That's what we'll do. We'll split this again. Leave this up here. We don't need all of the, extra information. And we'll set this to Z. And then set this one so that we're looking at our reference material. And now we're thinking like professionals, right? Ah, there we go. That's pretty darn good. I think that's large enough for a good reference. And now we can just focus on this. And in fact, just hop into object mode. Spread these out a little bit more so that our panels are a little bit more intentional. And there we go. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Oh, right. You have to have the object selected to be able to go into the different modes. I was like, why is there only object mode? What the heck is going on here? But no, we're good. Okay, so, let's see. Let's take a look at our reference. I kind of want this area to be like this rocky outcrop, so that we have a nice cutoff at the top here. Get rid of the timeline. Ooh, great idea. Just a little bit more space. Thank you, thank you. And we could also collapse this down for the time being. And now we have really maximized our space, and I'm still floating off here in space. Oops. But cool. Thank you so much for the suggestions, Salah. I appreciate it. Okay, so now let's undo all of that because I was just gesturing. What would be a good value? So I'm sorry, this is a little bit more of an art stream than I typically do, so we're gonna kind of work out what the brush settings we need for different things and kind of just figure that out live and see how it goes. So I appreciate your patience with that, because it may not be the most fast-paced stream, but I think it'll be interesting. And I do kind of want to get towards the end of the stream like some textures, some real simple materials on here to show like it's a terrain. It'll become a terrain and it's gonna be fun. But okay, so we've got this outcrop. kind of want to set, I guess 0.5 is where our water line would be, right? So if we paint that, it should bring things up closer to 0 on the Z. Yeah, okay. So really, this is kind of what we want to define, like, the coast of the beach, right? Because this is around the level that you would usually walk on. And we'll slope it in a minute, but I just want to kind of get the 3 zones that we're working with: the like really tall land, the flat area that you usually think of as the beach, and then like all of the marine stuff that doesn't drop off quite as hard as this does, but like it does drop off. Oops. And I should be wearing a glove while using my touch screen, but I'm not. It's fine. So, okay, let's just paint this in, get some flat areas to work with, get the big shapes going, like I've been saying. And maybe even turn the weight up just a smidge so that it comes a little above 0. There we go. And we can blur this and average it and whatnot. I'm just drawing in basic shapes and starting to feel a little bit like Bob Ross. Not to actually compare myself to the legend, but like we're painting in some happy little coastlines. Why am I using my mouse? Blur with the pen, Gavin. There we go. We've got what looks like a little bit of a dip. Oh, my camera does not want to cooperate with me with it so far away from the origin. Hold on. Will this help if I zoom in like this? Nope. Oh boy, okay. I just want to be able to look around in 3D. There we go. That's a lot better. Okay. It looks kind of like we've got a dip. No, that looks okay. From the angle we were looking at it, it looked like this went, like, dipped back into the ocean, and we don't want that. Okay. Okay. I think this is going all right. Let's pull the ocean up a little bit, right? Pull up our marine terrain here. Oh, I'm still in blur. Okay. Give that a value that's below 0.5. Make sure that we're not pulling it up above the water line. But we're still adding to it. Because, of course, it's not setting it to this value since our strength is so low. But I don't really want to just set it at the value. I want to be able to add and subtract some. Maybe cut into this just a little bit. Get a little bit more, or not smear, but blur. Turn the radius up, okay. I know it doesn't look like it's doing much when it's blurring, but it's getting rid of a lot of the artifacts of drawing with a pen, right? So, okay, we've kind of got our 3 tiers. And it doesn't look like much, but it will. It will, I promise. But we've got our 3 tiers, our, like, marine, or land, or beach. So, how do we get some of the shapes? And maybe, Salal, maybe you're right. We could pull in some real world data and then adjust it, like kind of warp it. That's something that we could investigate in a little bit. It just depends on how quickly we want to get some good detail and whatnot, right? So, let's see, let's turn the radius back down. Maybe turn our strength back up and our weight a little bit higher because I want to kind of get some of the rocks defined here. Well, that doesn't look too bad. Let's turn that down just a little bit though. Or a little bit more. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of trial and error, I guess. Which isn't the best, but it's fine. Is that kind of just flattening that out? Yeah, I don't know if this is the best method ever. It feels like something you really have to like practice to be able to get. Like I think you could do this and like really get it to work, but it feels like this is the kind of thing that you might need some practice to really be able to do. Maybe turn the strength down so I'm not literally painting so close to these values. And we can say, well, that's not what I wanted. Can I just say how wild it is, how subtle this is that I just painted, and how extreme that feels? That feels like it's way too extreme for how subtle this is. Ugh. It's fine. We can buff it out. Actually, maybe we do go in with a much smaller brush to paint. And even though the strength is real small, like let's get some little details in. Yeah, I think it was just because the weight was so low. I don't know, let's just scribble and then blur it out and see what happens. Like, I want this to be rocky, right? Like, this is Rocky Coast. So let's get some deep details, some high points, some low points, and then just buff that out with our blur. And now we're maybe starting to get something closer to what I was envisioning. No. That wasn't what I wanted. Radius. We're turning down the radius. I don't know. This is... Oh. This is maybe a little bit harder than I thought it would be. I thought this would be a lot easier to just kind of bash out, if that makes sense. Like, yeah, my intuition for what values to set the brush is real bad. Let's see. I'm kind of going for like rocky outcrops below the surface right now. Like, what does that look like kind of in general? And I think if we look real close, actually, let's not look real close on the image. Let's bring up Google Maps. We can see some. It seems like you have to know how to paint like a real painter. Yeah, and yeah, I feel perhaps a little bit dumb because that makes sense, right? Ooh, but I'm not a painter. So I think I just made a tool for somebody else to use. That's fine. I do want to figure this out, and it's not that I really can't paint. It's more just like, oh man, it's been a long time. But okay, we do have all these black spots, and I can't tell if that's kelp or algae or something growing in there, or if those are rocks. I imagine they're rocks like this. This is just where we're seeing it poking out of the ocean, right? So maybe I should be trying to emulate this texture. But also maybe that's where we bring in materials more, right? Like we could maybe bring in another layer or use geometry nodes to define, okay, what's rock and what's sand. But yeah, the sand should be real smooth, and we need just rough spots for some of the rocks here. So come back into Blender. Uh and it could be said that like we could use more resolution here, and then I'd feel more comfortable painting at a smaller resolution, if that makes sense. But anyway, let's... Man, that is nothing. So, okay, that looks closer. That looks a lot closer to what I want for the rocks, right? But oh boy, you can just barely see that in this image. That's wild. So maybe that is a reason why you would separate out your land from your marine so that you have more visual range in weight painting. If that makes sense, right? Like more the the colors are a little bit more compressed so that it's a lot clearer on this image that we're working with what's being changed as you're doing it. So I think we might do that. Which sucks because we'll have to get rid of all of this because this just won't transfer. But we could paint a land, paint a marine, bring them together, if that makes sense. Yeah, we might do that. Yeah. Oh boy. Okay, hold on. Wait, I'm sorry. I thought I still had geometry nodes open. I guess I closed it. It's fine. Hmm. Oh, whoops. That's not what I wanted. I want marine height. There we go. I'm just debating, do we make two different images, two different weight paints, and then blend them together with a third? Or do I try and keep the other two in mind while we're doing this? I think I want to just take a minute and paint some rocks. Paint where rocks would go in the marine texture here. And kind of get a feel for what that looks like. So we do have some height right now. So let's just turn up the radius, turn off the weight, kind of try and get rid of that. But it's not going away. What the heck? What the heck's going on? Why is that? So we have marine height coming in here. That's driving the Z. Yeah, there should be nothing. There should be absolutely nothing going on. But why do we have height? That's odd. Oh, my strength is all the way down. Okay. It helps when the brush is set correctly. Okay, now we've got completely blank canvas, right? So now we can go in and we're going to use the full range, the full color range to draw our rocks in. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, weight, we're going to put bring up just a little bit. We're going to bring the strength down so it adds to itself. I want to make small adjustments, if that makes sense. So small radius, small weight, small strength, And we're just going to paint in some rocks, and we can use other images to kind of blend between this and the land, or even blend between this and sand later on. And I think that'll help me out as the artist, because right now I can just focus on rocks. And then later we'll just focus on another part of this. But let's draw some rocks like we're seeing in this image. All of these dark spots under the water. That's what I want to try and emulate. It's just where are the rocks at versus where's the sand. And also the height of the rocks, right? This isn't a black and white image. It's not a Boolean. This is going to be a gradient. But okay, so taking a look at that. Let's see. Actually, I like the patterns out here a little bit more. Shoot. There we go. Okay. I like the patterns out here. I think there are settings to make it so that you can't rotate this. But we're not going to get that deep in the weeds of adjusting the viewport. We're just going to take inspiration here. Like there's this line here. We've got a bunch of sand coming through here. And then this is dark. And we've got some lines. So I know where this is at. I know some of the geology. There's a lot of basalt going on. And we've got a lot of like horizontal layers. Or not layers, but like basalt crystals? I don't know. I'm not a geologist. But like we've got patterns that you see in basalt. And that's what I'm going to run with for some of the inspiration here. So let's turn our weight up. Let's turn our weight way up. That's why we split this up, right? So that the weights could be way up. Turn the strength up, actually. There we go. So that we can just kind of get some shapes in. Let's turn down how much this is running by just kind of getting rid of our map range. What? Oh, okay, yeah. Because we're just doing rocks right now. We'll make it. We'll do the final bit later. But okay, so let's see. Let's turn the radius up. Get rid of all of this nonsense, because I don't want to start from there. I also want more space. Okay. So strength back down, weight up some. And okay, we've got an area with rocks, kind of like so. And we're just going to fill in a nice big block. Get some blur in there. Get rid of the artifacts of the pen. Okay. And now we can kind of carve things out by bringing our radius back down and carving out an area here. I'm kind of looking at this patch where we've got some rocks poking out in the middle of like a smaller patch of sand. I don't know. I'm struggling a little bit with describing this because I'm guessing at what we're looking at a little bit. Turn up the radius and the strength a little bit. And turn the weight back down. Oh, shoot. And my tablet decided to disconnect. That's fine. See if that reconnects here in a hot second. I can do just fine with a mouse. It would just be nicer to have a pen. Okay, so we've got some features like that. Let's turn the weight up just a touch. And kind of get some ridges in here. Then we can build up the other spots. And see if we get anything that looks good when we go to blur this, right? Oh, and I just realized we have no music. I'm so sorry. Let's get something nice to listen to here real quick. Because as we transition to just kind of doing some art, like not really talking through the technical details, but like just kind of getting into painting, it'd be nice to have something to listen to, right? Let's see. Let me know how the volume is. I can turn it down just a wee bit. Hope that's not too music. My mic is too quiet. Oh, okay. Sorry about that. Let me turn up the gain just a little bit. I hope that sounds better. Thank you, Aaron. I appreciate it. Let me know how that sounds. I know there's a bit of delay, and I'll continue to adjust it if need be. Okay. So yeah, this is going to look bad for a little bit, but this is one of those trust the process better. Good. Thank you so much. I appreciate the feedback, man. Cool. Great. But yeah, so this is gonna be a little rough. So stick with me for a minute as we just kind of figure out how best to go about this, right? And I'd really like my tablet to reconnect. That would be great. There we go. Okay. And I will try really hard not to bump the cable anymore. Excuse me. So okay, let's just see if we can get some rocks going. I keep saying that as if it's a thing. But let's get something drawn in here, and hopefully at the end it'll look pretty good. Why am I going horizontal here when I'm going more vertical here? I think we gotta do more like, we've got a ridge here, ridge here, ridge here, and then like they'll poke out kind of going along this way. I think that would make more sense. So okay. Let's blur out some of those details that I'm not a big fan of. We don't need to get rid of them entirely because that'll help to add to the texture a little bit, right? That's what I'm going to tell myself to justify some of this. Let's also blur out some of this like big trench looking thing here. Let's just buff all of that detail out a little bit. Now go back to the brush. Turn up the weight a little bit. Definitely down with the radius. And okay, so we've got an intense ridge here. And I guess I should keep in mind we can always remap this, right? So we could squish everything down if need be. I think maybe thicker ridge. Kind of just get some noise in by just drawing a bunch of lines, and then we'll build it up. Just yeah, why don't we do that? Let's just build up this texture instead of trying to paint it all in one. Let's just let that noise build up as we go through the area. Add some patches here where it like continues a little bit. And I don't know, maybe this will look good, and in the end, maybe it won't. But we'll have something interesting at the very least to put in at the bottom of the ocean here. And this is all just going to be rock for the time being. I don't know if I explained that very well, but like right now, I'm imagining this is just rock, no sand, bottom of the shallow part of the ocean, right? Like a more marine like shore. This isn't like the abyssal plain or anything, but it is going to be all of the rock we have at the bottom of our coastline. And then we can blend this with another texture we'll draw in a minute to like break this up with some sand in the lower lying regions. But right now we're just thinking like, okay, this is basalt. This is like, I keep saying basalt as if that's a good descriptor. Hold on. Let's maybe take a look at some references so that you guys know what I'm talking about, and also double check that I know what I'm talking about. I just want some images, Google. Like, okay, yeah, this is sort of what I'm imagining, okay? We're not going quite as intense with that kind of crystal-esque structure, but it's definitely like ridges that you would get from from volcanic rock that's cooled down. That's what I'm imagining as we're drawing this. So, uh, yeah, I think that's maybe instead of cliffs, let's look at basalt shore. Maybe, or maybe I'm just not. Like, okay, yeah, that's well, we do have a lot of those crystals, but I'm just thinking like ridged like a big sheet of rock that's got ridges. That's what like yeah, like this. This is what I'm thinking of. Like that doesn't say sedimentary to me, but like we've got lots of ridges and lines like this. So, anyway, that's what I'm kind of going for here in shape. So, let's keep at it, shall we? And maybe turn the radius down, get a little bit more variation in the lines that we're drawing here. And kind of I'm just trying to keep in mind that like we can subtract from this in a second too. Like I know I'm building up a lot, but I'm kind of just thinking about like, okay, let's get a base texture down. See, sometimes I can paint and get something that looks maybe a little bit decent. I think this looks decent for what we're doing. But it does need some work, eh? Still needs some work. Do. kind of going back and forth between the 3D view and the 2D view. Okay, I've built up an awful lot here. Why don't we turn the weight back down and subtract a little bit from what we've got going on here. Maybe break up this hard edge that's kind of that we kind of started with, right? Break this up some. Ooh, I don't know that I like that so much, but maybe we can blur it out here in a minute. Maybe turn that weight up just a touch so we're not subtracting so aggressively. And to that end, turn down the strength, right? Yeah, let's get a little bit more subtle subtraction going on. Okay. There we go. I don't know. I think this looks good. Like so far. But I know where we're going to take this, right? So if you're just joining, like this is step 1 of the beach that step 2, step 3, whatever of the beach that I'm kind of imagining. But there's a lot of steps that we have yet to do to combine this with other textures to I don't know, like it's a process, right? And I was earlier trying to just kind of do everything all at once, and now I'm like, no, let's take a step back. Let's break this out into these steps. Let's build up terrain because like there's not just one like you can approach it as like it's all one height map. But I'm hoping that this gives us a lot more control and we're able to take this in a creative direction. Also, yes, I am just rambling as we're just kind of drawing lines here. Let's bring in a little bit of blur. We're turning that strength right down, but I want to maybe bring up the radius a little bit less. Less strength. I kind of just want to blur out some of those hard details, you know? And then maybe that'll help, and then we can go in with a finer tooth comb and add in even smaller details. Also just help get rid of some of the like highest points in this texture. Like I know I was complaining a minute ago about like it was hard to see what I was doing, which is why we kind of changed directions with this. Like the texture that was being drawn, there wasn't a lot of detail being shown as I was drawing it, but it was affecting the height a lot. And now we're still drawing with pretty low contrast, but I think it's better than it was. It's better to work with than it was. And I don't know, I think this is going well. It's still not maybe the most contrast in this image, but like I think this is going a lot better. So okay, let's draw in a few more details. Maybe bring the weight up just a little bit, radius down. Ooh, let's bring that up a little bit more. I want to be adding, but it looked like it was starting to subtract some. Or maybe, hold on, what if we accentuate some of the bigger details we've got going on here? So let's bring the radius up quite a bit and the weight down. Oh, that's not what I meant, but like bringing in more contrast. Okay, hold on. Let's undo that. Okay, and do that over to this side where it's already a lot lower, right? Like we've got more of the fine detail and it's not quite so raised up, and then we could bring in more weight and raise this area up a little bit more weight. Raise all of this up. And I kind of want, we've got a hard line here. Let's add more to this area now that we've kind of got the big, or we've got detail going on. So as we adjust the big shapes, like it adjusts them even more. Sorry, I'm just stream of consciousness right now. I don't know if that made any sense whatsoever. Uh, I'm just drawing and having a good time hanging out with everybody. How is everybody doing? I hope your Monday is going well. It's early in the morning for me. I shouldn't say super early, but like it's early here. I hope your Monday is either off to a great start or rounding it off. Uh, and just like it's been a good day. I don't know. Let's bring that back down because I wanna. We were maybe a little too aggressive here. Now I feel like I'm too aggressive in subtracting. Oops. That's okay. Figuring it out, you know? Ooh, yeah, I kind of like that. We've got like one ridge that's kind of sticking out here. Uh, uh, it's helping to break up that line. Like this diagonal line still exists, but now we've got a bit of a ridge. And we can get rid of some of the detail over here, I think. Now let's blur it just a little, like turn that strength down. Blur it out just a little bit, and then I want to go in one more time, maybe bring up some of the ridges, the smaller ridges. And then we'll move on to like painting uh some of the sand, like not sand, but like the smoother height details, and maybe also see like we'll paint a smoother image, but in the 3D viewport, in the 3D view, we'll mix them together so that we see how like having this high density, high detail area mixes with the lower detailed area of the smoother sand, right? So okay, let's bring the radius right the heck back down. Maybe turn that up. Turn it up a little bit more. I want some highlights. I want more height. Okay. I guess I was looking at the color detail here, not the actual height detail. I think that's all right, though. Yeah, can we break this up a little bit more with some more little ridges? Or does that just look dumb? Okay. I don't know. How does this look to you guys? How are we feeling, chat? Does this look like anything? I think it's decent, but I don't know. And that's the beauty of proceduralism, right? We could call this good now. Once I get a few more little details in here because I'm greedy, I guess. I don't know. Uh, once we get a few more details in, then let's call this good and we'll start blending this together. Blending this in with the other thing like I was just saying. No, that's too much in that area. Okay. Let's maybe add a little bit of height to this edge. It kind of looks like I've just kind of been drawing, and that's the edge of the paper, so I haven't been using it as much, as opposed to like a real world anything where the border is arbitrary. It looks like I've been avoiding the edges of the paper. That's kind of a thing, like, I don't know, in world building where fantasy writers, right, there's this thing where your world map suffers from like the A1 ratio. All of the continents just happen to fit nicely on A1 ratio paper. And it's like, oh no, dude, that's not how the world works. The continents just are where they are. They don't align to how we conceptualize maps and standards. Anyway, I bring it up just because it feels like this is suffering from that a little bit. But maybe I'm just being my own worst critic. I don't know. Anyway, I just want to do one real subtle blur. Just get rid of anything that looks like it was a pen stroke, right? I say, as this is basically all just pen strokes, there's not much else going on here. Anyway, blurring just a little bit of that out. I think I want to do one more like large scale. Tone down into this region and out here. So we get a little bit more contrast. Turn the radius back down. And here it is. Okay. That looks like something, right? So, okay. Now that we've got that, set my tablet to the side for a second. Now that we've got that, let's bring in some sand to kind of smooth some of this stuff out without getting rid of all these details, right? So we've got marine height. How about we make a new group? We'll call this sand, because I don't have anything smart to say about it. Anyway, we need this. Okay, let's bring it in. Do we want a mix? I think we want a mix. I'm also gonna just delete that. Okay. Yeah, and let's get a mix. We'll bring this factor in, or I guess we could reuse that factor and just get rid of, or well, change the data going into that. And we can mix our Z value, which is the marine height, and 0. And as we increase the factor, it'll go to whatever we set here. So I guess we could bring this up. Ooh, let's just bring it up to 1 for now. Plug that into Z. And that should be something interesting. I don't know. Let's see what happens when we start to paint, right? So let's bring the weight up. Let's just turn the strength to 1 so we see something. So okay, we're just adding, and that's kind of what I wanted to see. Well, not just adding, but like what we want to do is transition from one to another. Ooh, so I guess we need something to take this place, right? Because, yeah, if we just turn this all the way up, we're going up to 1, because that's what we've set here. But really, I want the factor to blend between one thing and another. So we need another texture. And you know what? Instead of painting it, let's just bring in some noise. Right? So let's do 4D because I like using W as a seed. And we're going to plug that into B. So, okay, now it's all over the place, right? So we need to do a little bit of work with this, a little bit of math. I just want some real smooth purlin noise. So let's turn the roughness down. We're going to turn the scale down. I just want something that's not flat. And what we're going to do is take math, multiply, and yeah, we can just have that be like that. Now the problem is maybe I don't know what I want. We want to smooth out the texture that we just painted, right? That's, I think, closer to what I'm envisioning in my head. Okay, so the problem is I have an image in my head, and now I got to figure out, okay, what do we need to do to get to that image in my head? I think what I want to do is just smooth, like, Yeah, blur out the detail of the rocks. So maybe we need an attribute blur. If I could type attribute blur. So we're not doing this. We're going to take this factor is still going to be the mix. So we're not going to use that to directly set Z. But we're going to take marine height, increase the number of iterations. So we're doing a lot of blur. Let's just crank this up to 20. Okay? Plug that in there. And now what we've got looks bad. So maybe that's not the right goal. Switch back to object mode so it's the color's just less intense, right? So interesting. Okay. Yeah. It's smoothing everything out, but maybe not as much as I was hoping for. And maybe it just looks bad because I've just arbitrarily drawn a blob. But if we actually took a look at the height data and drew around the ridge, because right now it's just kind of smoothing out that ridge that we created, right? If we drew around it and drew where I expect the sand to be, then maybe it'll look a little bit nicer. So, okay. Let's do that. Let's kind of reset all of our views here. I think let's set that at 200, which feels high, but like whatever. It'll blur. It'll blur and look nice, I think. Let's scooch that over, and go back into our weight painting and get rid of all of this. Okay. There we go. Yeah, I wish it was easier to see the texture that we already drew. Yeah, it'd be nice to have some visual feedback for that, but that's fine. Let's just see what we can get drawn here. Turn the radius back down, turn the strength down. So, okay. Yeah, I really want to be able to see that height data. How can we visualize that while we're drawing on another texture? I guess let's turn the weight up. Maybe we do want that set all the way to 1 and strength. Strength up, weight up. Maybe radius down and strength down? Yeah. And once again, we're back to just figuring out, okay, what settings do we need to achieve the goal here, right? I don't think weight of 1, but or a strength of 1. Maybe weight of 1, strength way down so that we're adding to it as we go. But I want to kind of paint around this ridge that we made. So that it gets accented, but a lot of the other detail gets smoothed out. So let's just kind of roughly paint out where I think it was. And then we can switch to marine height. So it goes kind of around like this. I want to largely smooth this darker, lower region. But I also want to smooth out. Well, I don't know. I want to figure it out, I guess. Anyway, that's the shape we need to paint around. If we can just hold on to that in our minds. Let's go back to sand and kind of draw around it best we can. Also blur. Blur it out quite a bit more. Let's see. Turn that back down, I think, and get rid of some of that here. And then I think what we'll have to do is not just a bunch of broad strokes, but also paint in some of the details. Or maybe we can take, like, mix this with the rocky texture that we made. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm trying to explain what I'm thinking as I'm thinking it, and it's not the best, but I don't know. This felt like the play earlier. Like this would be the way to go about it, but now I'm like, oh man. Does this look like anything? I think it does. I think it does. It's just figuring out how best to draw what's in my head. Isn't that always the difficult part, right? Actually getting your thoughts out of your head, your designs out of your head. Let's just now that we've kind of got the big shapes in, let's just see what happens, I guess. We've got like we can smooth out all of this lower lying stuff like I was saying. And then I think, yeah, I want to get rid of some of what I just drew in here. I want some smoothing happening, but not all of the smoothing. If that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. I guess, okay, one thing we could do is take the height value of the rocky terrain and I'm trying to think, like, can we take the derivative of the rate of change? The derivative of the rate, same thing. We can take the rate of change and maybe turn that into a mask. Like, my thought is where there's a ridge here, we don't want to smooth that out, but maybe where this valley is, like find the local minimums of some of these areas and smooth out in those valleys to make it seem like it's being filled in with sand over time. That would be one thought, one way of achieving that. I think that would be good for like a detail pass, and maybe we could use this or even another texture to kind of paint in where we want that sand to have accumulated. I also kind of want to take a second and just I think I want to get rid of the mix and see what the difference is. Okay, so it's smoothing it out some, but maybe not as much as we'd like it to. Oops. So let's bring up our weight a little bit and just keep smoothing this out. Bring that up so it goes a little bit faster. Okay, I think this is in line with what I want, but now we need to go in and kind of fill in some of the lines and things that were drawn in the original texture so that we get a more natural transition. Like this is incredibly smooth, incredibly smooth. But it is again, this is representing sort of the bigger shapes that I want. I think it's doing a good job of it, but we need to blur it out a little bit and add some details like we did with the other texture. So let me just finish off kind of filling that in. I think that's honestly pretty good. Maybe we could instead of just blurring it, also add in like the patterns that you see in sand, the ripples in sand. Maybe blend that in these areas. But for now, let's just keep going with the smoothing. So what I want to do is turn weight down a little bit, strength down, and the radius right down, so we can start getting in some smaller details, right? Maybe we don't have to necessarily have all of these little lines like line up with where the valleys are. Or maybe we do. It's hard to tell. It's very hard to tell. So, okay. Let's undo what whatever the heck I just did there. Okay. I wish I could draw on this version more easily. Like, yeah, I want to be able to draw in that ridge right here with some level of precision. And maybe I'll just go, like, draw a bunch. Maybe we'll just draw a bunch of lines and then erase some later. Erase some here in a second. Yeah, like, I don't know. We're just gonna figure it out as we go, right? I don't know what else to do other than just keep at it and tweak it. And if I don't like it, tweak it some more. So now, like, can we blur that and have it look pretty good? Or is that just gonna, I mean, that's just gonna blur all the detail I was just saying I wanted. So I think the play is really just to go back into brush, turn the weight down to 0, make sure our radius is down, and start carving out more. Carving out some of those lines, right? Maybe turn the strength back up some. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe not using this texture for like blending between materials, because this is not going to do a good job of figuring out where the sand should be versus where the rock should be. That should definitely be based on local height, I think. And maybe that's what I should be doing. Instead of trying to draw all of these details, I think, yeah, we're going to have to bring in more geometry nodes, more proceduralism, and yeah, get rid of all this detail, because that's nothing, essentially. We'll use some geometry nodes and proceduralism to find out, okay, where should all of these details be based on the first image we painted. So let me just kind of block this out a little bit more, and maybe turn the fall off to be a little bit sharper. I don't want it to be super sharp, but like sharper, so that we get more of a hard cutoff between our values. Ooh. Forgot to turn the strength down. But I do want to... Sorry, I was going to say, I do want to draw a little bit more and like define the shape of where it's rock versus where it's just sand. And maybe get in some more patches of rock. Like we've got... We don't have any patches, just this one big shape. And now I've just messed up the shape I had going completely. So let's get rid of all of that. That all I can undo? That's all I can undo. Okay. Maybe I don't want strength all the way up. I know I keep just kind of painting over the same spot to change the color, but I'm not 100% happy with the amount of blurring. And I'm debating just going full tilt, 100% in some of these, in like this outer region. And we've got that fall off, but like it's more of a binary this or that, right? I don't know. It's hard to tell what will look good, but at least it's procedural because we can change it later. But yeah, I do want more. I want some patches. Really, I should turn the radius down. Yeah. Turn this back up so that we can do smaller patches. Whew. Maybe a little more intense than I meant, but that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let's get the radius back down, turn the weight back down. I'll blur some of this in a minute because this is going to get maybe a little intense. I don't know, man. Like, I want some of that streakiness that we had to kind of pop out so that it makes a little bit more sense. But I don't know how to go about it. Like, this is kind of what I want, but not... Oh, I don't know. I don't know. No, that's not really what I wanted to do there. Maybe we blur some of that out so it's a little less intense, and I'll go through with a smaller brush. Yeah? Yeah, I think so. I don't know. I'm trying to go for something more natural, more organic, but I don't know how well this is actually going. It's so hard to tell at this stage. You know it? I think just keep pushing and pulling the edges here, though. Try and break up that hard silhouette, right? I think that's all we really need is to break this up some. I'm hoping it doesn't have to like perfectly match the shapes, like all the smaller detail and shapes of the first thing we drew, but I don't know. Oh yeah, maybe a couple of like little patches of sand kind of like in the middle here. Like, I don't know, I'm just trying to break this up at this point. Oops, there we go. Okay, and one more going the other way. Adding in more of these ridges that we drew. Okay, I think that's good enough. And now we'll turn the strength down on our blur, turn the radius up, and kind of smooth it out, because we can definitely see the geometry, the underlying geometry, right? Like all of those little hard corners I don't really want, because those are just because we have all of the vertices. And I want to smooth it out from that a little bit. But okay, it's so hard to tell exactly what's happening with the color not really representing all of the height. So let's hop into object mode. Take a look at 3D and see, is that good? Is that bad? Oh, I thought that would be better. In my head, that was going to be a lot better. Trying to think what we can do. I think what we should do is maybe break up these large scale, this like huge shape that's drawn here. I think that needs to be broken up some. So let's hop back into weight painting and do just a little bit more before getting on to the next stage, which would be like drawing in a little bit of the land, I think. Oops, that's not what I want. Let's turn the weight up and break this up a little bit, I think. Break it up, maybe have a free floating ridge there. Make that a little bit smaller. We could have patch in the corner. Turn this back down and build that up. I know I'm kind of undoing a lot of the work we just did, but like I have different shapes that I kind of want now. Let's reconnect that. And let's make the shapes a little bit streakier. Kind of like the smaller detail that we have. And now let's reduce the radius of the brush and bring in some of that detail, right? It's all in the detail. I'll blur this, I promise. Kind of trying to bring in some detail on the edges of these blobs, but like it's harder to do that just because it's running parallel to what we were drawing a minute ago. Anyway, let's do the opposite now. Bring in more of this. I don't know. It's so hard to tell. My intuition just says keep doing and then undoing some of this, and you'll get some interesting texture, right? Because of all the little nudges that happen where you don't exactly draw where you've drawn before. And it blurs out some of these values too, because we're drawing towards the extremes of all of this, but I think that's looking pretty good, honestly. Better. I shouldn't say pretty good, but better than it was. Perhaps. Ooh, actually, yeah, let's break this up. We need more long streaks because, like, this isn't really fully going away. It's just, it needs... it's a lower spot, right? Okay. Okay, now let's turn that weight back up one more time, kind of fill in some of these, fill in a couple more spots, kind of like we just did. Yeah. I'm liking this. I'm liking this a lot. Like, we've broken up that hard silhouette. It's not so much one big shape, but we've got more detail while preserving bigger shapes. That's looking pretty good. I want to blur it just a little bit. Get rid of some of those artifacts. And now let's see how that looks in the overall. Like it with all of the stuff combined, right? All of our textures and now the blurring. How does this look in object mode? I wanted to look at it in the bigger port, but let's just adjust this so that we can take a look. I think that's looking interesting. It's maybe not my best work ever. We could perhaps turn up the amount of blur in geometry nodes, like more iterations. My problem is, okay, the blurring, we have spots that go below the blur, and that's not really the goal here. We need it all to get raised up, so how do we do that? How do we achieve that? Like just having the ridges. Also, where we've cut into this and smoothed it out, does that look good? Does that look like anything? Oh man, really cranking the iterations. That's maybe not the smartest move for me to do right this minute, but let's go back down to 200. I don't know. I think I need to play with that a little bit. Perhaps another time, because I'd like to start blending this into, like, the land, right? I got real focused on these rocks, but we haven't even really touched the beach yet. But I really want this to look good. Oh, here's a thought. Okay, hold on. What if we take the whole thing, blur the whole thing? So, okay, that's kind of like our major shapes, right? Like we've got this big ridge shape that we drew in the initial pattern. And now we can take this and maybe mix mix it the other way around, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Uh no, that's I need just a second to like collect my thoughts on this. Because, okay, we're using this map as the factor to blend between the two. Otherwise, we're just going either this one or this one. Oh, that's what I was thinking. Okay, we need a math node, and what we should do is take the minimum of these two. The maximum? The maximum. Take the maximum of our fully blurred version and the marine height, and that's what we want as A? Yeah, there we... Okay. Okay. Uh, sorry. That's what I've been looking for. I'm like, I know this is possible. This is exactly what I've been trying to do and trying to paint. We want all the ridges, but everywhere else that we're painting in our factor texture just smooths it out, and it smooths it out even where like in between all of these ridges. So okay, that is what I've been looking for. And it took us a minute to get there. It took me a minute to get there. I'm not going to put that on you guys. It took me a minute to get here, but this is what I've been looking for. Oh, I'm so happy about that. Okay. Okay, let's, with this in mind, I kind of want to just real quick. You know, no, I'm happy with it. I'm happy with it. That looks great. That is what I want. And I'm so happy about it. Yeah, I don't even know what to tell you. Like, that's so good. So now what I want to do is kind of bring in another group, or maybe reuse one of the ones we've been using. Also, I'm going to turn the music down just a touch because it's, on my end, it's a little loud. If you'd rather it be turned up a bit, let me know. But it's distracting me. Anyway, okay, we've got our rocks painted in here. Now, what we're going to do is go back into weight paint, but we're going to paint in, okay, we've got sand, we've got marine height. We're not using mass currently, and we're not using land height. Whew, that is bright. Whew, sorry. So, okay. Let's zoom out just a little bit. And I think we're not gonna use... Now, we will use mask. Let's go into land height, and that's not... That's nothing. We're going to turn that down. We're gonna zero that out, okay? Okay, that's all zeroed out. I'm going to draw some shapes just at 0.5 so that we can see how this affects the height as we bring it in. And let's bring it in. How do we want to add this? I guess with another mix node. Do we just want to add? Like, just add it? Like, okay, we've got this mix. Now we bring this in. And we've got land height. Is land height in here? It is. Okay. We could just take the land height. No, we're not bringing that into the mix right now. Let's just add it and see what happens. Okay. So... would we want another maximum? Like, the land height is going to be higher than anything else. So we'll do the max of this and that instead of an add. Okay. I think that's what we want. So let's start painting again, right? Turn the weight down. Let's just erase all of that. And again, I wish I could see all of this detail. But we can't, and that's fine. Anyway, I guess because the height of our land as is higher in this corner, we're gonna make this corner land. That just kind of makes sense to me. It's not really how I wanted to do that. No, we're gonna stick with land over here. It'll be weird that it gets lower before going to the beach, but we can affect we can change that later, right? So okay, let's start painting in the actual beach. Uh, and right, I want to change the brush so that it's better. Also make some room because we don't need that view right now. Okay, so our fall off got adjusted. We want this to be a lot smoother. That's better. Okay. Now let's turn the weight down some. Let's definitely turn the strength down. So I guess weight up, and we'll just build up our beach in broad strokes. Once again, I keep saying it, but that's what we've got, and that's not quite the shape I want. So let's bring this down. Because if we take a look at our reference, the coast, I want to look something like this, where we've got at least one dip, where we've got rocky outcrop and then another rocky outcrop kind of bordering our beach. So bring this up. We'll draw it so that it comes out here. Make sure that our corners get filled in nicely. I'll tone them down in a second, but I just want rocky outcrop there, rocky outcrop there. Turn this back down so we can carve away a little bit more. Nature typically works in broad strokes too. Exactly. Exactly. Oh, hi, Mike. How's it going? So yeah, we're just painting in broad strokes. And we probably want to tone that down. We want a much smoother transition. Which started painting in. Hold on. We should blur this out quite a bit. Turn up the strength of this blur, because I want that smooth transition. But it doesn't want to work with me. Let me grab my pen and blur this out, because I want this to be less steep. Why aren't you blurring? Just furiously scribbling on my tablet. Trying to get this to blur out. I guess we're gonna just have to draw in some smoother terrain. Let's turn the weight down, the radius up, and the strength way down so that we can get lower values out here along the beach. And we'll affect it as we go. I just want to get smaller values, I guess. And then we'll paint it to be a little sharper where the rocks are in a second. Maybe now we bring in our blur and just kind of blur that out. I'm a little sad. We're losing all of the detail we just painted in, but that's okay. Well, is it okay? let's bring some more of that in. Bring the strength up. And this is just kind of how it's been all day if you're just now tuning in, like just drawing things in. Do we like it? No. How do we adjust it to make it something we do like? And going back and forth. Like I want there to be transition, but I guess in order to have as much ocean as I want and as much land, this is going to have to be a sharper cutoff. So Let's bring our weights back in. Turn the strength down. Maybe turn the radius down. Bring in some shallow values on our coast. And blur that out. I don't like how hard that line appears. But maybe, hey, we could work with that. Like, we've got some hard lines there because that's where the rocks are, right? So maybe we leave those hard lines and we paint in some details where, like, okay, we've got a little bit more weight and it stretches out to where we've got this sandier patch. Go and blur that out a little bit more. Turn the radius back down. Nope, nope. Go away, menu. We don't want you. There we go. Okay, turn this down. I want to paint out some of these values again. I know we just brought them in, but like, it's a balancing act, right? Yeah, it's a balancing act because, like I said, I don't want to get rid of all of those details, but we're definitely going to have to at some point, so. Just trying to think, how would this end up? How would this beach look if it were beach? Let's see. Turn that up. I want rocks. I keep smoothing this out. I want rocks up here. That is something we're definitely doing. So let's just paint that in. And we'll smooth it out. I'm just going to make it real rough. And we'll smooth it out in a minute. Okay, rocks there. Rocks here. Smoother in the middle. That's all I want. And perhaps a bit of a cliff. Not a cliff, but like steep up here. And then the rest in the middle here is the actual beach, right? That's kind of what I'm thinking in my head. So let's blur this just a smidge. Just a smidge. Get rid of some of the chunkiness that I just drew in. And it will draw some more details in a second, but I'm trying to think. Turn the weight down and the strength down and just pull these values in so that they match a little bit more of the transition into the ocean, right? Like we still got some of that chunkiness and some of the rockiness, but it doesn't need to be quite as tall as up here at the top of our landscape. So let's tone it down just a touch. And I guess maybe we try just kind of like we did with the initial rock texture. Let's paint in some of these lines, right? Well, that's not what I wanted. Let's paint in, instead of just blobbiness, let's get the line texture that was working a minute ago. And this'll be weird for a minute, but trust the process. That's kind of where I'm at right now, is trust the process. Yeah, I'm just gonna maybe stop talking for a second, stop trying to explain what I'm doing, and just like let's just vibe for a hot minute. See if I can figure out what it is that will make this look good. And if you have any suggestions, feel free to chime in. I'm welcome to all feedback, and I appreciate it. Or just vibe with me, vibe and enjoy a Monday morning. I found a little bit of just kind of adding and then subtracting and adding and subtracting. Well, we've managed to get something that looked decent earlier through that process. So let's just try and do that again. And I am going a little bit bigger with the area that I want to be rocky, uh, with the idea of we can tone it down as we go. Like we can carve into that in a hot minute. And since this is above ground, I'm thinking there's been erosion everywhere, but how would this erode to be like an interesting piece of land? I guess I'm also struggling a little bit with scale. It's hard to tell like what scale this should all be at. Like we discussed towards the beginning of the stream that this kind of area that we're referencing, this space is about 2 kilometers square. But like visualizing, okay, what does 2 kilometers, 2 square kilometers look like? You know, that can be hard to suss out sometimes. I think up towards the top it should be smoother. So like we'll flatten out some of these values. Maybe not quite that low of values. So let's raise it up a little bit, but we'll flatten this out at the top because if we look at our reference, we do have this patch of green. So like there's grass and it's maybe not the best to walk on, but it's a smoother gradient and not quite so broken up as I'm drawing it here. So let's create that top and now break up this cliff side the way we've been doing it for the last few minutes. Yeah, break that up just a little bit, bring it out into the ocean some, maybe. I mean, I'm painting such light values that it does a lot on the high values, but it's not really raising anything up in the ocean. So let's turn this up, make our pen real small, and just kind of get these going. That's okay. That looks rough. It looks real rough, but we can smooth it out in a second. But that is, you know what? That's starting to come along. It takes a little bit of work, but like, I think it's starting to come along. And we can bring up the radius a little bit and add to some of those shapes, like bring in the bigger shapes. Tone that down. No, no, no. Bring it back up. I want to add to the height here. I want to make this gradient here in this corner here uh, a little not, less extreme. Is that maybe the direction of the descriptor here? I don't know. I'm not entirely sure, but that's fine. Tone that down. Start carving this out a little bit. I think like non-zero, but definitely smaller so that we can shave this back a little bit. Or no, 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 no. Can I undo all of that real quick? Let's just, okay, there we go. I don't want to shave these values down. I want to smear them. Let's push all of this inwards. There we go. To preserve all of that work I just did of making all of that variation in height and just kind of push all of that in. I say preserve. It didn't really preserve much, but it gives a different effect than just blurring or just carving out those values, right? Let's paint in a little bit more. It's so hard. I feel like I'm doing so much back and forth. It's hard to tell whether or not I'm making progress, but it's that is art, right? That is this. We're You just kind of work it until it's done. And there's not much that can be done until it's done. Right? I don't know. Let's maybe smooth this out just a touch. No, not strength, radius. There we go. Just a touch. I don't know. It's being a little difficult, not gonna lie, to get exactly what I want, but we're not really gonna get what we want until it lines up, kind of like this initial texture here. Yeah, I want to look around, see how it's working out, and is it working out? Have I gone a little too big with these features? Do we need to make them a little bit smaller so that we bring a bigger sense of scale back in? Because I do want this to be a large area, right? This is 2 kilometers. Like, it doesn't feel like it's 2 kilometers at the moment. So yeah, I think we gotta squeeze this area in a little bit more. Just push all of this back. Push the beach back a bit too, I think. Ooh, and actually, now that I'm like smushing things around more than just painting them in, I'm like, oh, that looks like tectonics have kind of come and like just like smeared the earth a little bit. So that's pretty good. We're just gonna go back into top view. Gotta always be working in top view. Let's pull some of this out, but also push this in. Yeah. You can't even see what I'm doing in 3D view mode here, but okay, we've pushed this back maybe a little too much. Let's drag it back out some. And I kind of want to get rid of some of this out here. And in fact, why don't we make a C-stack? Let's turn the radius down and carve out section here. And maybe even a section here. I don't know that that's the greatest plan, because if we like come and look through here, okay, we can see in the background, but maybe when I render this terrain, we'll just put up a billboard or something back there to make it look like the terrain continues on. Because I like the look of these C-stacks. I love C-stacks kind of in general. They're so good. Like just these great big pillars out in the ocean. Oh, I love them. Anyway, let's grab all of this, see if we can push it around some to give everything a little bit more life. I don't know. Make it a little bit more interesting than just a straight cut through the side of this cliff. And again, pushing that in and Just around, just pushing it all around. And it looks a little too flat at the top there for my liking. But that's okay because we can blur that, and that's a great way to get to like smooth out the tops of these C stacks. We'll just blur them. I think that'll look good. Okay, so let's turn up the strength again. Or wait, we want to be working in pen. I want strength of 0, or weight of 0, strength of 1. I'm just going to clear out some of this stuff in the middle of the water here. Trying to be respectful of all the stuff we just drew in, but like we don't want all these little values kind of taking up space here. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay. Now let's blur this very carefully because I don't want them to get too stretched out, but I do want a smoother C-stack, I guess. Smoother? No, but less flat. Just less flat would be great, because now we've gotten rid of all of the detail on all of these, so we do have to go back in, paint in some detail. Strength down, weight up. Now we can, and radius way down. Now we can paint in. Now that we've got these, we've massaged these C-stacks into the spot that we want them. So now let's paint in a little bit more detail now that we know how much space they're taking up and where exactly they're going to be. And I'm kind of thinking like mimicking the texture that we did for the bottom of the ocean a little bit ago. Just doing a bunch of lines like this, and then we'll come in with a much smaller value, carve out some of those values into the C-stack so that we get these ridges, right? Gotta be careful with it though. Just a lot of adding and subtracting and adding and subtracting. Let's maybe bring this up, connect these so it's there's something going on here, but like we've got a couple of stacks. I don't know, maybe we get rid of that, but like some texture between them. It's kind of what I'm thinking. Also just trying to bring in some texture to the tops there, but maybe that was a bit too much. So now we bring it back in, blur it out, rinse and repeat and all that. Why don't we add like just a little bit, a very low-lying rock kind of out here. I'm not even sure how that aligns with the textures that we drew earlier, but let's just add in a rock. I think that would be kind of nice. Not really paying attention to where the water level is. I'm just adding in a little bit more variation. Breaking this up a little bit. I know I just like erased all of the detail out in the ocean, but now I'm like, well, let's bring some intentional detail back in, right? I kind of want lots of little rocks out here so that there's it's interesting. There's like some intertidal areas. I think that would be real fun to play around with, especially like I've said in my simulations and whatnot. Top Hat, hello. How's it going? Hope you're having a fine Monday. Wherever you are, whatever time of day it is, hope you're doing well. We're just painting some beaches, and by painting beaches, I mean making landscapes. Kind of focusing on like a beach, a transition, land, a marine, and all of that. But painting some beaches, painting some rocks. This is going to be somewhat of a sandy area, but right now I'm focusing kind of on the rocky parts of this little area here. And we're just painting up some rocks in the middle of the water here. I have a texture that's affecting some of the rocks under the water, which I can show off here in a second if you would like. But how are you? And it's 7 p.m. for me right now. Nice. I hope you had a good Monday. I'm doing well. It's just about noon, which means it's about the time I usually sign off, but I think we'll go a little bit longer because I haven't made quite as much progress as I would like to. But I'm doing well. Just kind of figuring out what I'm doing a little bit. This stream, I have not pre-made this project, so I've not done exactly this. I've messed around with terrains before in this sort of style, but I kind of just went, yeah, let's figure this out live, and we'll see if that was a good decision. But yeah, just having some fun, making some things. It's 15:48. Hold on a second. I don't know my military time off the top of my head. That is 3:48. Pretty sure. So nearly 4 o'clock. Yeah. It's all good. It's all good. Yeah, 4 o'clock. Yeah. Oh, you're building a game, Top Hat. What kind of game are you building? What have you got going on? Gavin, one question here. Go for it, Max. What's up? Brazil here. Oh, cool. I've always wanted to visit Brazil. I've wanted to visit a lot of South America. To be honest, like the rainforest specifically. I shouldn't say that. The rainforest and the mountains. Like I've wanted to go to Patagonia. I've wanted to go to Brazil. Like, it just sounds beautiful, you know? I mean, everywhere is beautiful, but, like, the rainforest and the mountains intrigue me. And now I don't know what I'm doing with this rock. This is a lot. But anyway, you're a tech artist. Nice! A creature capturing game. Interesting. Ooh. I'm curious, like, are you going hard Pokemon, or have you got your own mechanics? Why did I do that? Not like, you making monsters and things? That sounds like fun. I like making it, and I like Pokemon games. Nice. That sounds like fun. I hope you're having fun doing it and whatnot. Just wondering how and why you did you come up with that workflow painting over in GeoNodes? Yeah, so earlier I mentioned I didn't really want to just kind of take real world data, right? I wanted to kind of handcraft stuff, and I don't know. There's a million ways you could do this. I'll be honest. Like everything in tech art, everything in procedural art, everything in digital art. There's a million ways to go about achieving a certain goal, in my opinion. Not using shading nodes with geonodes to generate displacement maps, and also use this at your geonodes. Yeah, so that is something that I've considered. I mentioned it earlier. That like I kind of went, okay, I'm gonna sit down, we're gonna do a stream, we're gonna figure some things out, and I could either hand paint everything, or we could use uh, texture nodes and or not texture like noise nodes, right? And uh, we could. I keep doing that. Stop it. I want this less intense. We could do it in shader graph and use noise and make a bunch of different patterns with noise and then mix them together. And honestly, maybe I would do a combination of both. Like use noise instead of like mix noises around using hand painted stuff. That would maybe be the way to go. But I kind of committed to drawing a lot of this, and that's where we're at right now. So I we could pivot and try and play around with some noise, or maybe next time we'll do that and compare what's better, just hand drawing everything or using noise and mixing it together. Anyway, I'm sorry, Top Hat. So creature capturing game, and then you like making stories and you like Pokemon. Nice, nice. And you're one person developer. uh Trying to look for developers. I get that. I very much get that. It's always nicer to work with a team, right? But sometimes we don't always have that luxury, especially when making passion project type things. But you've had bad luck. Oof. Sorry, dude. uh, but yeah, Max, maybe next time. And the more I'm doing this, the more I'm like, yeah, maybe I should have just gone with okay, we'll make a set of noise for this kind of rock, and we'll do a set of noise for like the beach and kind of like slope for beach, and then we'll do some noise to have like these jagged cliffs. Although I don't, maybe that one we would paint a little bit more because it's just kind of that transition. There's not really like noise for cliffs. It's just where's the boundary, and then yeah, mix all of those together by weight painting. Uh, Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Excuse me. Uh, there was something. Oh, right. Also, weight painting. So I would guess most people don't weight paint this kind of thing. I don't think this is typically what you would do. I'm gonna stop working on those rocks because I don't know what I'm doing with those rocks, and we're gonna paint in some more beach. Okay. Okay. Uh, Anyway, yeah, weight painting, I'm pretty sure most people wouldn't use for this kind of a project. But I kind of went, well, I like the visuals for it. I like this colorful gradient that shows you. It gives it gives you a better sense for your high and low values, in my opinion, than just a grayscale image. Uh, so I kind of went, yeah, let's use that, and then we can use geometry nodes to real time offset the height and get a sense of the height while painting. But anyway, yeah. So Top Hat, I'm good at building a little bit of scripting. Nice, nice. Scripting is so much fun. I love writing code. Like that's honestly kind of where I came from. So I started off in Houdini. Uh, and Houdini, you can write Vex in their geometry node. Like Houdini's all node based, but it also supports Python when you really get into it, and it has Vex, which is its own programming language. And I really enjoyed writing Vex in node setups to have like full control over all of the data going on your in what you've got going on here. I know you're talking about scripting a game, but uh, I love writing code and working with nodes. It's so much fun. A little bit of scripting and good at digital art in Blender. Nice. Oh, not good at digital art in Blender. Hey, always room to learn, right? Uh, that's kind of where I'm at, actually. Like, I know I'm on here on YouTube. Part of what drove me to do YouTube, well, it always sounded like fun. I like making video. Well, I like making art and I like sharing that with the world. But also, I was like, I'm gonna learn Blender and I'm gonna learn geometry nodes, and then I'm going to discuss this with the world. And I'll make mistakes, and that's okay. So like if you're not good at it, that's okay. We're all there. Like we're all learning, lifelong learning and all that. And anyway, my point was like I chose to learn in public. I'm not recommending that, but like I get it. Blender is there's a lot in Blender, and there's always more to learn. So as long as you enjoy learning, then I think you're doing great. You're setting yourself up to to do great things, so long as you can learn. Anyway, sorry, I went on a bit of a tangent and a ramble there. Uh, but yeah, Houdini is great. I love Houdini. It's expensive. Blender is open source. And those are kind of my thoughts. Houdini's great, but I like how much Blender can do for it being a free software, and that it's open source and I can discuss what I'm doing and anybody can jump into it wherever you're at. Like, you don't have to pay to learn to do what I'm doing, right? You can just jump in and we can talk about it and have a good time. I need to start blending some of this. But yeah, I need to make a creature on Blender for me to make a trailer of my game. You should. You absolutely should. Make a like do a demo. Make a creature. Rig him up, or I mean procedurally animate in geometry nodes. Wink wink nudge nudge. No, I'm kidding. Do whatever you works well with how you work, right? So I do a lot in geometry nodes because that's how my brain works. Proceduralism just kind of makes sense to me, and uh, I enjoy the flexibility and I love the challenge of figuring out node networks. No, I want that to be stronger. Do 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 do. Uh, so I do everything in geometry nodes, but genuinely it is how my brain works. I'm not. That's not even. I'm not out here evangelicalizing. Excuse me. Like, I'm not preaching about geometry nodes because I think it's the best way to do anything. No, it works really well for me and it can do a lot. But if that's not how your brain works, don't worry about doing geometry nodes. Anyways, sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. Uh, you're from Morocco. That's so cool. Uh, that's so cool. I love hearing where everybody's from, because I've looked at my analytics, right, and I'm fortunate to have an incredibly spread out and diverse audience, which I think is so cool and speaks to like how universal Blender and art are. Like, I'm not in the technical art space, but like just art, right? We can I don't know, Blender's free and open source, so everyone in the world can use it. And all of this is kind of just like universal stuff of I want to make a thing. Let's learn how to make a thing. Uh and I love that. I love seeing that reflected in my audience because it is all over the world, and that's so cool. And that means that when I stream, I get to chat with you guys, and I get to chat with people all over, coming at it at different things with all kinds of different perspectives, and it's so cool. Anyway, I'm just rambling now, but are you making this using actual topographical data or just painting something yourself? So I am just painting this myself. We can talk about pulling in topographical data. I've done that. It's not super hard, but that's not really the goal with the project that I'm doing. I'm trying to just kind of make something up, and it's rough. uh, but yeah, just making things, painting. I have a reference down here that is well, not topological data, obviously, but Google Earth images, and we've been referencing some stuff on Google to figure out, okay, what are we making? What does it look like in the real world, and can I paint that in Blender? And the answer is it's real hard to paint it in Blender. So maybe next week uh, we'll try a different approach to do kind of the same, not the same thing, but like a different approach at making procedural landscapes. Because this is turning out to be more of a challenge than I thought it would be. Uh, but yeah, to answer your question, I'm making things up. making them up as I go along, trying really hard to paint a smooth beach, and it's really not working. Blur doesn't feel like it blurs as much as I want it to blur, and also I'm trying to chat while doing it, and I'm not very good at that. Like I try real hard to keep talking and keep it engaging and like discussing what I'm doing as I'm doing, right? But like I one track mind a little too hard, especially when trying to figure things out as we're going, right? Also, I keep adjusting the settings of this, but we're in blur. We're not painting, so ah. Anyway, sorry. Neat. If you don't mind, would you know where I can grab topographical data from? Like, does Google Maps provide any of that of the sort? So I think there are ways to get it from Google, but I've not had much success with that. So I'm in the U.S. I'm in the United States, and oh boy, uh, I'm in the United States, so I pull topographical data from USGS because that's the United States Geographic Survey. Yeah. Uh, because a lot of what I pull inspiration from is stuff that I've seen uh, traveling the country and whatnot, or just like panning around. But I haven't tried pulling data from anywhere else in the world, mostly because I don't know where to get that data. So if you want to pull something from somewhere else, best of luck. I don't know where to point you exactly, and we can go on a quick Google and try and figure that out, but I don't have anything offhand to help with that, unfortunately. Why don't we try and smear some of this around a little bit? Like bring this up, kind of like I want this low data for the beach, right? That those lower values, although maybe need to bring it up given our rock texture is coming in decently strong there. But I also want to make this bit of a cliff, right? I want some cliff. I want some area at the top to like where trees would grow and whatnot. But I mostly want to focus on beach, and I want to focus on the water right now anyway. Maybe bring this out because we do want some rocky outcrop on this side too, which I guess I should paint some. Uh, but anyway, I'm going to put the trailer in the beginning of the game, like you go on a game on. I'm sorry, I'm just struggling to read. You're fine. Uh, Top Hat. I'm going to put the trailer in the beginning of the game, like you go on game and see the trailer, and you can start a new game. Nice. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Have the trailer just kind of as the opening. Sounds like fun. Uh, Alien 51. Alrighty. Thank you. I'll just let you get back to your project and look into it myself. Yeah. Fair enough. Good luck. Like I said, and if you do find resources, would you mind putting them in the comments or somewhere? I don't know. I'm curious also. I'm just not looking at that right now. I would love to know where to find uh topographical data like around the world. That would be so cool to play around with. Anyway, I do want to bring this up just a touch in the I just turned that down. I did. We need to bring the beach up so we get less of that rock structure on the actual beach. Make that a little bit more of a cliff. Let's turn the weight right up and maybe take the stroke. Nope, fall off. Make it a little bit sharper. Yeah, well, let's go with constant. Make the radius small real quick. I just want to make like a hard cliff right here. That's all I want. Okay. You'll look into it or see about it? Nice. Sounds good. Uh Ooh, Top Hat, you're making a YouTube channel for the game. You want to name drop that? See if let's get you some people go and check out your game, making creatures and I'm sorry, you said creature capture game. So, yeah, if you want to, you do not have to. But if you want to drop that in chat, get you some traffic there, right? Uh, uh you have to you have two legendaries for the game? Like okay, so like legendaries as in Pokemon, I would assume. I'm assuming that's what you mean. Let's get some dollar values here. Maybe a little bit here too, and then smooth this out just a touch. Just a touch. So we've got less artifacts there, right? There we go, okay. You can make it right now? Oh, if you don't have the YouTube, I mean, yeah, whatever you're comfortable with. Like, I was just thinking we can send you some traffic, but like, I I'm intending to stream every Monday 9 a.m. The last couple of weeks have been a little rough, but uh, if not today, then like we'll chat. If you want to hop in and we'll chat and we'll get you some traffic another time. Anyway, let's step back for a hot second. I want to see how is this looking overall. I mean, that looks real flat, which isn't great, but it's fine. That's not really been my focus for the moment. Let's change this. Fallout. Nope. Fall off back to custom, and break this up just a smidge, right? I wish it mixed a little bit more, but that's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Anyway, sorry. Uh, Mike, Monday. Absolutely. Let's go. uh, yeah, last week I had the flu, which just kind of sucked. So, no stream last week, but going forward, unless unforeseen events happen, we will be streaming on Mondays and just working on whatever. I think I've said earlier we might take a look at doing another method of making landscapes next week. I was also thinking about doing the other parts of the last stream I did, which was talking about all of the mesh nodes and geometry nodes. And we didn't get to finish that because a fire alarm went off in my building. Uh, and I kind of rushed out because that's concerning. It was a false alarm. But, oh boy. The details on the middle island is pure beauty. Oh, thank you. Thank you. That's kind of a combination. Uh, let's just recap just a little bit because there's a lot that's going on here. So this is not the only texture driving this. We actually have I think three of these we're using right now, but we have a few different textures that are driving the height of our geometry. And we've got a little bit of geometry nodes logic, mixing them together. So we can talk over the logic here some. There's not a ton going on, but let's just show the marine height. So this is, oh, and maybe get out of object mode. So it's a little easier to see what's going on here, right? So we've got one texture. This is kind of like a rocky base for the marine, like for everything underwater. And I just kind of drew a bunch of lines. Like you can see that pretty much, right? But then we mixed that together with a blurred version of it and another texture that I painted so that we have control over what's blurred. And this is kind of like where the sand's filling in all of those rocky outcrops. So you get something a little smoother, a little bit more organic, right? I see. Yes. And so I think this is actually what's poking up a little bit into our land. And then what we're doing right now is taking the maximum of this blur, and by the way, I guess we're blurring the rocky image and then taking the max of the blur the max of the original and the blur, and using another texture uh, to blend from one image to the other. Uh, Sorry, there's things going on. You got the YouTube channel. Name is Legacy Game. All right. So if you want to check out a game, a creature capture game, check out the YouTube channel Legacy Game. Sounds like fun. I'll check it out here in a little bit. But thanks for sharing that, Top Hat. I hope that project goes well and you're having fun. Uh, but anyway, yeah. So we're mixing maximum of this and the blur based on a texture map we drew, and now we're bringing in another maximum, which is this image that we're working on right now, and it's rough. It took a little while to get the first rocky image that I think looks pretty good, and now I'm just like trying to figure out, okay, now how do we make the land and blend it together? And a lot of what makes it good is the blending, not just drawing something that looks good, but blending it together. So it took a while to get this image to blend so that it looked like the sand was filling in all the cracks and whatnot. So kind of wrestling with, okay, how do we make good looking landscape on the land? How do we get that to be at the right height? Because also it's, looking at it here, it looks like this all needs to be well above this rock. And then how do we mix it all together? That's what we're wrestling with right now. But okay, Legacy J3F. You can see it in the chat. Check out that YouTube channel. It sounds like fun. I hope that goes well for you, Top Hat. Really. And thanks for sharing that. I will definitely check it out later. But okay, let's keep painting. So, let's just arrange this so that we can see everything properly again and get back into weight paint. And yeah, I feel like all of this needs to be brought up a bit. So lovely. I know an add-on that does something similar. Oh, nice, nice, nice. If you don't mind posting that in chat, I'd love to check it out later. Also don't have to. But yeah, this is just kind of my, like, figuring out, okay, how would we go about this, right? But let's throw in another math node, and we're just gonna add, I want to bring everything that we've been drawing up just a little bit. We're gonna get a bit of a cliff where we've been drawing, so maybe that's not the way to go. But for now, let's just run with it for a second. Not as custom as the painting though. That's fair. Yeah, I'm trying to make a tool that's like, it mixes well, but also gives you as much customizability as you could want, right? Which, balancing customizability with practicality is a tall order. Not going to gatekeep that. All right. Well, c'est la vie, I guess. Anyway, let's see. You know what I think I want to do? I think I kind of like this texture, but maybe that's not what we want. Instead, I think, much like the sand, what we're going to, the rock in the sand, we're going to kind of raise up the ocean here, and I'm just gonna paint beach, okay? There's no water line. We're not going to worry about what already exists. We're just going to paint beach, and then we'll come up with another way to mix this into the final result. So let's see. We've got land height here. We're just going to plug this in, get rid of some of that detail, which is a little sad, but we'll bring it in here in a minute. So I know this looks all right, which tells me we need more of this. So we're just going to kind of add in some value here. Oh, hold on. Let's line this back up again. Okay. I don't really want to just paint all of that in. Let's see about... Nope, you don't want to... Oh, the strength isn't up very much. Do we need to pull like that? Gradient tools being a little weird, but... Never mind, I didn't want to use you anyway. Whatever. Let's turn that down. Let's turn the strength down. That's actually what we'll do. And let's just paint in a little bit of texture for all the bottom here. And then I'll subtract out some of it so that we can make maybe a little bit of that rocky texture by bringing the radius down. And maybe this will help blend things in when we go to blend them. But we'll just draw in some lines just real quick, hatch it in a little bit. Like, it needs more work than this, but... Or is that the play? No, I think we should have smooth stuff. Smooth stuff? I think this should be smooth. So let's smooth that out a little bit. There's some texture here, but we'll just make it smoother because this isn't the rocky layer we're going for. I just want to paint in what the beach would be doing. So turn that down, turn up the weight a little bit. Yeah, we'll turn up the weight and turn the strength way down. That's what I want to do. Okay. So we're not blending, or blurring, I should say, but we are going to kind of add in some general transition, like a lot smoother and wider transition into the beach. That's what we're going to do. Maybe delete some of this shape in the middle just because I want a big wide transition, and then we'll make another texture that like mixes them together. I really hope what I'm saying makes sense because stream of consciousness, I'm kind of like changing what I'm saying as I'm saying it. I'm like, wait, hold on. Did the thing I just say actually make cohesive sense? Some days it's hard to tell. I need to set up better controls on my tablet so that I can pan around and undo, redo all of that with my pen. That would be really nice, but I haven't figured that out just yet. Also, I'm kind of set this up in a pretty janky way. I'm using a drawing tablet, so like an iPad. It's Android, but like an iPad. This isn't a Wacom or anything, and I'm just using the pen to draw. And because it's Android, and I have a PC, not Mac or anything, like you have to use God, what is it? Super Display to sync everything, and it's wonky, but it works. It works. But it also means I don't have all of the controls one may want. You're gonna update your logo top hat. Nice. Sounds good. Let me pressure you into you know, getting things done. Let's go. Not pressure, but like I'm glad you're updating things and getting some work done. I don't know if you were struggling with that, but like I get into that headspace all the time where I'm like, I know what I need to do. I just need to do it. And then it never gets done. You know? Anyway, I think that actually looks better than I thought it would. Like, it's not the best texture in the world, but we have some variation. We have transition kind of in general into beachiness up here. This still looks a little odd because we've got it kind of levels out down, or goes back down. It dips over here. So let me see if I can adjust that just a little bit. Oh, I'm pretty sure I can sample height. Let's sample this instead of guessing at the value. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. That's not what I wanted at all. I don't want to carve it out more. Do you have a Discord? I do. Do you mean a server or to DM me? Because I do have a server. I just don't advertise it because it's not terribly active, and I'm not a very good community manager. I'm still learning how to do that, but I want to, like, do well with that. I just don't know how. But I do have a Discord server if anybody's interested in that. Like I said, it's dead, so it's pretty dead. So I should work on that and figure out how to run that. Anyway, DM. Yeah, yeah, my DMs are generally pretty open. I just hesitate to mention that like on in a public space. I don't want to dox myself exactly. Like that's not doxing myself, but uh uh I'm gone for 2 minutes and it already looks awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Working real hard. It is a work in progress. But Top Hat, I mean, yeah, my Discord's just my name, gavin.js. Uh, literally. So I guess there's not really much point in hiding that so much. Uh, so yeah, if you want to DM me there, you definitely can. My profile pic matches my channel icon. So anyway, let's see. I'm pretty happy with the beach part. The top of the ground needs some work, but like all of this in the middle looks pretty good. So why don't we try and smooth this together a little bit more, right? So, okay. Or smooth this together. Sorry, blend this together. So we have this, and this is all of the marine texture, and we need to mix that together with what we've got. How do we do this? Because this value, like these values are above where the beach is, and these are especially above where the beach is. I know I was saying before I should blend, like make another texture to blend together. The problem is like, because these values are above that, I'm afraid we'll need something a little bit more sophisticated, you know? You can join my Discord server. uh, yeah, if you want to drop your Discord in chat, absolutely, and uh, I will check it out at this.js. Do. Very subtle rock with the sand looking pretty good. Thank you. I appreciate that. That took a lot of effort. I friend you on it. Nice. Uh, I will check that out in a little bit, Top Hat. Not right this second, but thanks. And happy to chat. Just realized it's been like 3.5 hours. I should drink some water. Anyway, let's see. Okay. I'm trying to think. So I'm not terribly happy with this cliff or these sea stacks. So what if, and hear me out, we get rid of all of this high terrain and really crank up this transition from low to high for the beach. And then multiply them. It's the operation for mixing them together that's making me hesitate, right? Because we could take a maximum, we could mix them, we could add, we could multiply. Like there are lots of different ways we could join this data together. But what's gonna look the best? I think let's get rid of all the high points and we'll make a new texture for that. And I'm going to rename this, which is going to break the setup for the record. But we'll just call it beach height, and that disappears because we're referencing specifically land height. And I want this to be beach height. Let's also rename the X to whatever I named it here. Sand? All right, so we'll rename that to sand so that I know what's... Wait a minute. No, what? Oh, that's X. That's the offset. We did that earlier just to separate different pieces of geometry so that we can see them in different viewports, and it looks good. We're not touching X. X is fine. We have sand in as the factor. I didn't see that a second ago. Going to sub. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. It helps out the channel more than you would realize. I guess, yeah, shameless plug, sub and whatnot. Also, I have a Patreon where I have a free blog. That's why I bring it up, because I work on a bunch of different projects kind of randomly, and it's a lot easier to write a blog post than it is to make a video. Working on making videos, but there's a lot of stuff available on my Patreon for free. You'll get to see what all my, some of the upcoming videos that I'm going to be making, and also a little bit of how some of the random things I'm making fit together. So check that out if you are so inclined, and if you choose to become a patron and support me and get early videos and all of that. I can't tell you how grateful I would be for that, but only if you're financially able. I'm not gonna ask for anything more than what like y'all can do. With anyway, I don't know. Let's get rid of all of these high points. All right, see you later, Top Hat. Have a good one. Have a good night. I think you said it was later, so yeah. I can't talk and do this at the same time. I mean, I can, but it's a little bit of a struggle. Anyway, let's get rid of these high points. I keep saying that. We're actually going to do it now. We're going to just get rid of some of this work that I've done, which is sad, but also kind of necessary. Okay. Let's turn that up a little bit. Bring in a little bit more detail. And let's maybe blur this a little bit. Get that smoothed out a little bit, because none of that is all that bad now that we've gotten rid of, well, I say not all that bad. It's not great, but we can work with this. Let's just bring in a little bit more so that some of this makes a little bit more sense. Get rid of some of the weight and radius. Carve out some spots kind of haphazardly because I don't know. And what we're going to do is blur this. So let's bring the radius up, the strength all the way up, and we're going to blur a lot of this because this is our beach. I keep just saying beach, but like this is the sand level, maybe is what I should be saying. Oops. So yeah, let's just blur this out, and then we'll start mixing it together with what we made earlier, all of this rock texture, and then we'll make another texture for the land. By the way, you do not have to split this up as much as I am. I'm just trying to keep good control of how we mix it all together, right? You going for cliff beaches? I am. So I don't know. I haven't really highlighted this super well recently. This is kind of the coast that I found on Google Maps, Google Earth, that I'm trying to emulate some. It's pretty loose, it's pretty rough. It's not like full, whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. It's not like full cliff, but it's definitely steeper rock along here than you could easily climb. Right? And it's kind of got this border of two rocky outcroppings. And then beach, sandy beach, I should say, all in between here and in front of the cliff. So that's kind of what I'm going for. It's taking a little bit to get there, but we'll get there. Okay, so we've smoothed this out, which I think looks a lot better. Let's just get rid of some of those like weird high points in the corners as best we can. I think you can use the average tool here for something like this, but that makes me a little bit nervous that we'll get rid of some of the detail that I do want. But okay, that's a pretty good just kind of overall transition from one to the other, right? Nothing too extreme, but it's a good transition. So now what we'll do is just how we're transitioning, because we've got stuff that I want to be underwater well above where I want it to be land, and that's a problem. Your job is beach. Exactly. Today I choose my job to be beach, and tomorrow it's gonna be trilobite. That's not just a random word. I'm actually making trilobite. Again, check out my Patreon. I've posted about it yesterday. I'm making trilobites because that sounds like fun. And such is the life of a tech artist. When you're allowed to do whatever you want, you can truly do whatever you want. uh, anyway, let's see. How do we want to mix these? This is where it's like this makes all the difference, but it's also hard to tell what it's going to do before you've done it. You know? Uh, what? Oh, trilobites. So I've been getting into paleontology just because it's fun. And trilobites are like some of the oldest arthropods. I say arthropods, bug-like things, right? Uh, segmented, ancient segmented guys that we don't have anymore. They're kind of like big roly polies or pill bugs or isopods. I don't know what name you have colloquially, but uh, yeah, they're like big roly poly bugs. They even roll up into a ball. I think they're really cute. They're not for everyone, but they're very neat and very famous fossils. So yeah, I can look them up if you want a visual. I just realized. But what version is he using? I'm using 4.4, Blender 4.4. So the most up to date. I don't keep up to date with all of the little updates and things that they do, but I at least do all of the major releases. So this is Blender 4.4. And so yeah, it's the latest version of Blender, the latest long-term support version of Blender. Uh, Also, yeah, just because I want to. Let's just briefly look up trilobites. Uh, if I can spell it, like these guys. Uh, they're neat and also incredibly geometric. So that's really easy, relatively speaking, to make in geometry nodes. If you're gonna make a critter with just geometry nodes, trilobites are a great place to start. Trilobites and arthropods in general. Uh, Used to crush the living ones when I was a kid. Oh, don't do that. I mean, I get it, but also, I like them. I don't know, I like bugs. I like plants. I like fungus. I like all of the little things that most people find gross. I don't know. I think they're really neat. uh, anyway, I've gotten thoroughly distracted. We need to blend from here to there. Let's do it. I keep saying it. Let's actually do it now. So, okay. Big problem that we have is that this part is a lot higher than where I want that to be. Can we just add? Would that be the easiest way to... Why did I get a mix node? I don't want a mix node. I want... Well, I guess that is just a math node. So let's switch that to add. And now we get a lot of the rock detail that I didn't want up here. So not that. Maybe another mix node instead of add. And we just need a factor. But what is the factor going to be? Can I make the factor itself? I watched the 5 seconds ago. you watched the 5 seconds ago. It's Wimpod. I don't fully follow. Sorry, but have fun. I don't know. I'm sorry. I didn't quite follow that. But yeah, let's mix this together. I mean, if we switch these... No, that's not quite it. Ah, man, how does one... How do we want to mix these? There's so many options for mixing these together. Truly, I don't know what the best option would be. Maybe we multiply the we multiply the land before mixing it. And hear me out. So that we'll use that as the factor. We don't want this multiply. We want to affect how much it comes up, but of course we're mixing it. So we're still getting all of that detail there, and I don't want the details, so... Yeah, sorry, I'm just gonna have to sit and think for a hot second. Like... We want to add this... We want to add these values in. But if we just simply add them... It doesn't look great. And like... Maybe we could take... let's get an attribute statistic node. Where's this? There it is. Okay. And that might not sound like the most intuitive thing. What I want to do is take our first mix, right? And find the maximum of that, and we'll add the maximum to... That's closer, actually. That's closer. Yeah, okay, so we're taking the maximum value of our previous noise all mixed like this mix, and we're going to add that to what we want to add so that all of that ends up being above what we previously had. I'm not sure that just simply adding again is the way we want to go, but should have been rewind. Oh, okay. Rewind. There's a Pokemon based on them. Gotcha. But why not invert? So that's a good point. That's a very good point. Hold on. Sorry, I'm pausing because there are a couple of different ways we can invert, and I'm just trying to think what's the best way to do it. This isn't the best way to do it, but let's try inverting the noise we already made. So this is what we had before, right? I don't want to clamp, but what I want to do is flip this. So we could have used math nodes to do that, right? But no, that's definitely not what I want to do. Anyway, yeah, there are multiple ways you can invert things. That's the one that I learned in Houdini for very specific cases, and it just kind of never left me. But Bridge, hello. Hello. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We're making beaches, and I'm trying to blend like where we want the beach with kind of this rocky, sandy texture that we made earlier. And so far it's not going well. It is going well. I'm just not certain of how to get it to do what I want it to do. And that's what we're wrestling with in the moment. Maybe we want to... Nope, hold on. What have I just done? What have I just done? Oh my god. That's what I was expecting to do. Okay. The problem here is we're getting a lot of that rock way above where I want it. So maybe we want another maximum. So, okay, let's take the max and add it. So all of this stuff is just above the texture we previously had, right? Now we can take the maximum of our previous texture and this add, and maybe that's what we want. But of course, since we just added the max, it's not gonna... Ooh. That gets rid of some of the detail that I wanted, but it's a lot closer to what I was expecting. Adding the minimum. Subtract using height values or smooth. Yeah. Sorry for English because I speak French. No worries. No worries. But you can tell what is the project. Yeah. So what we're doing is making a beach. Really, we're making a landscape if you want to be more general. But I'm focusing on making this beach, not literally this beach, which is why we're not bringing in terrain data, because we could bring in topology data from a real world scan of this location. But I didn't want to do that. I wanted to kind of paint something so that we get something custom, but also using geometry nodes to have a lot more control over what we're doing, because it can be difficult to paint. Like, we're using weight paint, by the way, and it can be difficult to paint all of the detail that I want, while keeping in mind how all of those details like blend together in the real world. So we've got multiple different weight layers, or, well, yeah, just layers that we're mixing together with geometry nodes to then set the height on our grid. And that's kind of the overview. Like, it's not a terribly complex project, but it does take effort. And I've definitely made this harder on myself. There are probably easier ways to do this. Hi, Amanda. How's it going? Thanks for being here. So yeah, probably not the best way to do this. And I did debate towards the beginning of the stream hand painting all of the stuff, which is what we're doing, versus using noise textures to create the different kinds of noise that you would expect in this environment and that we see in this environment. Like, part of this is also looking at the patterns that we see in this area, and like, if I pull up Google Maps, which I do have up for references, don't worry about why we were looking at trilobites. Don't worry about it. But I have Google Maps pulled up, well, Google Earth specifically, so we don't have all the labels and things. But we can look at the broader coastline and what are the general patterns and reference that. But right now we're just kind of referencing this section and trying to recreate something like it. You're having math, yeah, doing math for art. Exactly. And it's so much fun. I love what I do. I love doing math and making art out of it. And there's so many videos I need to make that are showing how to do Mandelbrot, how to make trilobites. I mentioned that because we were just talking about that. How to make... I've been doing a lot of teaching how to use geometry nodes, and I'm not getting away from that, but a lot of my inspiration comes from the natural world. And I want to start showing that, and this is kind of a step in that direction, showing how I see the world, what the patterns are that exist in the natural world, and how we can use those to make art. And I say patterns like literal math. Like, there's so many ways you can layer noise together to make something interesting and organic, and that's what I want to do, and that's kind of what we're doing today. Not literally math, but like, we are taking hand painted stuff and using math to blend them together. Anyway, uh, you want to teach Rose? She would be the youngest kid to animate a Moana movie. Oh man, that would be so cute. Oh, oh, that would be so much fun. I would love to teach Rose some graphics, computer graphics and whatnot. But anyway, I suppose a height map approach not working. No, it would work. It's just I chose not. I chose chaos. uh, you could definitely use height maps and real world data and whatnot, but I chose to hand paint it because it sounded like fun. So yeah, uh, and maybe in another stream we'll talk about real world data because that's a very popular way to do it and a really, honestly, very good way to do it. But I don't want to do that for various reasons. But okay. I keep getting distracted. Uh, Chat, you keep distracting me. No, keep doing it. It's great. But I need to figure out how to blend this. This is almost what I want. Almost. So we're doing this based solely on the minimum of that value. So what if instead of doing that, or sorry, the maximum. Oh, okay. I was like, why did it just go away? It's because we had clamp turned on and our value was above 1. Everything we're doing here is in the 0 to 1 value, so we should clamp this because that will make sure the output is in the 0 to 1 value or range. But if it's all at 1, it's flat. So we need to lower this down significantly. And then I'm thinking maybe we use that. We just go with that. That's not exactly what I wanted because all of this is way too high. Well, okay, I guess we could add this and maybe subtract that. If that makes sense. Oh, that's negative. Wait, hold on. Let's make this. Oh, do we? Okay, we're going to leave these both as add, and now we can subtract them. And distractions. Yes, of course. Hello, Salah. How's it going? Welcome back. We're making progress. Not as much as I was hoping to, but we're making progress. Anyway, as I was just saying, we'll add our beach, our like sand, our terrestrial sand layer because I already have a marine sand layer. We're going to add this and we're going to add that, and now we can control the relative height of both. I think now having 2 of these is redundant. So what we could do is multiply this, and we can affect how extreme these rocks are for 1. But maybe we need to multiply add so that we can subtract a value out of there. But again, I really messed up by having this edge be so high up. I really should have reversed these. So why don't we mirror it? We're going to mirror it. Oh, which is just it's fine. We can do that. We can do that just fine. So what we're going to do is separate XYZ from our position. And we're going to, and knock on wood that this works. So we're getting rid of that. We're going to multiply the X by, or should we do vector math? Oh, should we do vector math? I don't think so. I'm thinking about smooth maximum right now. Yeah. Well, so we do have maximum in here. We could smooth. Hold on, I'm gonna take a beat and think about that because that would reduce some of the complexity of what I was about to get into. Also, everything I do in Blender now is using geometry. Yes! Absolutely. Geometry nodes are so good. I'm so glad. Like Blender can do so much. Do things however it works for your brain, right? But geometry nodes work so good for my brain, and they can do so much. So I'm just excited that more people are getting introduced and trying it out, and like figuring out how to work with it and work well. So I'm excited to hear that. Uh, Also, yeah, vector math. Oh, vector math is so much fun. Uh, I love vector math. We're gonna hold off on that for a hot second because I want to explore the smooth maximum versus maximum. Like I kind of like this hard cutoff here, but also smooth maximum. That does help bring this part up above that. So if we I don't want to continue to add too much to this. Now, I think that's a good suggestion. I think we're going to leave this at maximum to get that hard edge, and then uh yeah, we're going to come back to potential vector math. Yes, vector math. I'm just the reason I hesitate is because I want to mirror the values on these points. And I'm thinking we need the position in order to do that. Uh, but will that change how it reads this data in this location? If that makes sense. Uh, let me just kind of play for a hot second. Reflect might be the one that I want. I'm not sure. And also, how do we read this? Oh, wait. No, no, no. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, how do we mirror? Okay. How do we mirror this? And I don't mean the geometry, right? I mean like how do we get the data on this point to read on that point on the like flipped on the y-axis here? Oh, that's and it might just be because it might be I'm having a hard time thinking of it because A, we're live, and that always makes me like second guess myself. But B, I might just need a break. I might need to step away for like 2 minutes and get some water, get a snack, and recalibrate. So I think we might do that because it has been 4 hours. So I'm gonna take a quick break and then we'll take another pass at this. Yeah, so we'll be back in a moment. Oh boy. I just realized, yeah, it is 1 p.m. here. So I should eat lunch at some point. But we're back. I got a snack. I got some water. Feeling a little bit better. And I'm thinking the best way to flip this data is probably to literally flip the geometry. So why don't we do that, okay? So transform geometry. What we're going to do is take this. We're going to set the x scale to -1. And we're going to sample nearest surface. Yeah, okay. And now we can plug uh what is it? Marine? No, I want. Oh man, how bad will it mess it up if I pull from here and then plug that in? Okay. I think that worked. Let's actually we'll plug this in and go into object mode so that we can see a little easier what all is happening. So that's the mix as is. Now this should flip it, and it does, but it messes up the flip. So, okay, we have to first off organize these nodes because holy, this is a mess. It's become a mess, which is inevitable. But anyway, in cleaning this up, we want the marine height. Yeah, marine height, we're going to plug that into sample nearest surface. And then use this to drive where it's at everywhere else. If that makes sense. So we've added this at the beginning before we do anything with marine marine height, so that now it's running with the flipped version. And we can flip it on the Y, and we get something far more interesting than I thought we would. That doesn't look like our normal data. Hold on. Again, I gotta clean this up. We're getting rid of the attribute statistic because it's just an extra line we don't need. Let's grab this, grab that. Make it a little clearer what the heck is going on and where things are going. Excuse me. I think that's as clean as we're going to get it for a moment. Just make that a little clearer where that line is going. Okay. Anyway, so let's bring in a switch so that we can easily compare these two floats. Add that in there. Marine height. So let's reverse those. So, okay. So that's flipped. That's unflipped. That's clearly not the same data, right? Or am I correct? Oh, right. We should probably flip the factor too, because that's what's determining where is sand and where isn't sand. I mean, I kind of like that just because it's new. Like, we haven't really seen that pattern before. But I like that. But I do want the ability to flip the factor as well. So I guess what we need is another sample nearest surface node so that we can sample the factor, and then we can get a Boolean to control both of these so that they flip at the same time, right? So yeah, now that should just be this reversed, right? Like if we look at this, we flip it around. Yeah, we get the same thing. Okay, there we go. That's what I wanted, was all of that flipped around. I don't think there's a way to just flip the data without affecting the geometry. I could be wrong. But this works. And we're not doing too much with geometry, so like that's not going to be too computationally intensive. So there's that. We've got that flipped around. So now let's plug in our maximum between the two, and that is interesting. I don't think that's what we were going for. We need the mix in there, right? Yeah, okay. Yeah, we didn't have the mix going on, so okay. Now I'm curious. So that's where this was too high. Now that feels pretty tall here. So can we just add some verticality to our beach? And I think we can. Now this feels like it drops off a little too much, but we can always adjust this image here. Or maybe we drop that down and I don't know. I think that looks interesting. Well, no, that's still above this. So, okay. Do we have the multiply? No, we got rid of the multiply. Okay. I was thinking we could multiply this mix, right? Yeah, multiply it so that we can tone down how high all of this is. So we make all of it a little less tall. Whoa, whoa, careful there. And then we can drop that down. No. Ugh. I want more of this rock, but I also want it to be below about here in that texture. So, God, how do we do that? Honestly, it may end up that I just did a bad job of drawing all of these and I might have to redraw some of them. And if that's the case, we're not doing that today because that's just going to take so much time. But I am trying to think, like, how do we get all of this? I guess we could take the original value. So after this switch node, if we multiply this image here before we blur it and mix it and all of that, that would take the whole thing and squeeze it down without losing detail, I'm thinking. I'm thinking it'll keep it from losing detail, so let's bring that up. Or is that literally the same? It's literally the same thing. Okay. Okay, well, I've added more controls. At the very least, we have more controls. Now I'm thinking we just need to redraw some of the beach. And that's fine because that's a much simpler texture to redraw. I was thinking if I had to redraw all of the rocks and stuff, that would be so much. But let's hop into weight painting and just kind of tone this down a little bit. Well, tone it down and make it more extreme? Like, what if we just raise this up? Then that's not that big of a deal. Like, that could... If we just make all of the land a little bit taller, and I'll smooth it out, don't worry, that would get rid of the problem we have of the rocks being above where I want the water line. So if we just keep adding to this. And now would be the time that I would say, okay, let's bring in smooth maximum. Like Kid George here said. I'm pretty sure it was you. I'm sorry if I mixed that up. It's been a minute, but let's bring in smooth maximum. Nah, that didn't quite affect it as much as I was hoping it would. Smooth minimum? No. Smooth maximum. It does, well, it gets rid of some of that detail, so, alright, we're gonna keep it on maximum.
And now I just have to, yeah, keep working on drawing this out better. So let's do that. Let's blur this out a little bit. Smooth out some of that transition. I do kind of want more of those rocks. So, like I said, we have more control now. How does it look if we switch those? Not the best. What if we just switch the X? Oh, okay. That's... Oh, it's because I hit 0, not 1. Okay. That's interesting, but again, not really what I was looking for. Yeah, I think flipping them both is the best move. I'm also kind of wondering, like, can we... I'm seriously thinking it would be better to take some noise and massage the noise to be in the patterns that we want them to be, and then mix them together with weight paint. Because I was just thinking, like, okay, I want that pattern, but like if we could just slide it over a little bit, like just slide it, but we don't have any more image to sample than what's here. But if we had noise, then that wouldn't be the case. We'd be able to sample wherever we want infinitely, right? So I think that's the play. I think that's what we need to do. Oh, I hate getting rid of good work, you know, but I think we're not solely starting over, right? Like this has been a very good experiment. And maybe a way not to make a beach, this would work. This absolutely can and will work. It's just how much effort do we want to put into getting all of this painted out well. And as was mentioned towards the beginning of the stream, in order to do this, you do need to be maybe a little bit good at painting, and maybe my painting skills aren't the best. It's not something I've practiced as much as I have just using geometry nodes and noise. So I think that's what we need to do is use geometry nodes and noise, but then mix it together with layers here, like I said. So it's just a question of, do we do that now or do I call it a day? Because how long have we been streaming? Was I right in saying 4 hours earlier? Give me a hot second while I learn how YouTube Studio shows me that information. Yeah, we've been going for 4 hours, so as much as I would love to continue this and to continue chatting with all of you, I think I'm going to call it there. Didn't get quite as much done as I was really hoping, but next week I think we'll do this again, but taking what we've learned and applying it to noise images. Like, I guess real quick, we could take a look at what I mean by that, so I'm not just leaving you with a cliffhanger of, well, what even is that? So what even is that? What I'm talking about is using a noise texture. Okay, let's get out of weight painting because we're not using that at the moment. And get rid of X, and we'll get rid of the joined geometry. We really only need the set position now that we're not weight painting. But what I think will work. You can keep the weight paint. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'll keep the file and I'll keep all of the stuff we've made. Real quick, we're just gonna talk about like how we could go about doing this with noise textures. Just because I'm like, I want this rock texture, but I want to sample it at other places, right? So anyway, what we do is we are going to take this and use that to set the z value. Uh, this is obviously nothing. Absolutely nothing. But we can turn down the scale, turn up the scale, what have you, in order to get very, like, we can do a lot with these settings, but another thing we can and should do is use our vector here to adjust how it is we're going to use this noise texture. So let's get the position, and we're going to separate x, y, z, and do a little bit of not vector math, but just math, because I don't want to do the same operation for all of our components. We're going to take this. We need to map this range, and it's not going to be clamped. We know that right off. We're going to go from 0 to 1, 0 to 2, technically. Whatever the side length is of this grid is what you want the max to be. But we're going to map that from 0 to 2 to, I'm sorry. No, not 0 to 2. The length is 2. We're going from -1 to 1, because this is -1, this is +1, yada yada. Now we're going to go from 0 to tau, because I want to do a full circle. Let's maybe start off with pi instead. Anyway, we're doing that on map range. No, I wanted that math node. And now we're going to use sine. Okay. We're probably going to need another random value somewhere in here. But what we can do is get a combine x, y, z. And we're just going to drag our y and our z into y and z. And then plug this in for our vector. And now we get to this periodic pattern, but only right there, a lot in the middle, because we're only doing this once, right? Okay. Now I'm going to have to try and remember enough trig to understand what it is I'm doing. It's also going to do the same shape over and over. No, it's not. The point being here that we can use our trig, trig operations, sine, cosine, all of that, to get some repeating patterns. Also, I'm sorry, I just realized I missed some messages. Can you not use the float curve node to draw terrain topology? You can. You very much can. We can do that right now. And actually, I've been using float curve for so many things. This isn't what you were saying, but now I'm curious what will happen. So we've got... That's in the X. Okay, that's going to take me some time to just think. I'm sorry. No. Oh, that's not doing anything. Basically. Okay. I'm not going to think through that right this minute. We're not going to affect the position. We're just going to take it as is, I guess, for a moment. You wanted to know about mapping, using float curves to map all of this. Yes, we absolutely can. We need our do x and y to go from -1 to 1, 0 to 1. so that we can use float curves. And if we plug this into our value, did I plug that into factor by mistake? I do that every now and again. Anyway, we can use that to change the z based on x and our curve. And as we change this, we very much can get something that looks topographical and very custom. But it's only in 1D here, and we need another if we want to do 2D. Actually, we have to take this. And are there vector curves? Hold on. I might be doing this way more complex. Yeah, we have vector curves. Okay, we can take just the one map range for vector. So we take our position. We're going to map a range from -1 to 1, 0 to 1. Plug that vector in, and now we can use this just as the offset. Great. Okay, so nope, not as the offset. Hold on. We need one vector math node in here. And we're going to multiply. So we're not affecting the x or z. Sorry, x or y, but we are affecting the z. But we can use all of the positions. Does that not work? Well, I guess... that's not how that works. Hold on. We need to do more than that. Let's use the length and combine that for our offset. There we go. Okay. So what we're doing here is we're saying, okay, how long is the vector that we're creating using this curve at each of the points? And we're offsetting. We're taking that length and using it as the height on our z component, right? This is another one of those things of there's a million ways to do it, so there's not really any wrong answers. But without getting more complicated, this gives us a very square topology, as you can see. Like, there's nothing we can do to get something that kind of curves using this method. Well, and I hesitate to say that there may be ways you can add complexity to this, but you're doing a lot of work to get away from square topology when you could just do something else, if that makes sense. And I wanted to go through this because, like, can you use a float curve? Great question. You absolutely can. I don't think it's the method we would generally want to take, but if for whatever reason you may have some constraints or something you want to test, like there are all kinds of reasons you would want to do this. I just can't think of them at the moment. Also, I was just kind of curious how hard it would be to get this to work and whatnot. And this is neat. So great question. Anyway, that's not really what we want to take a look at the moment. What I want to do is have is to be able to use this noise texture. And I want to be able to have repeating coordinates, right? So that we can get some trig in here and get some not harmonics, that's not the word I want. Oscillations. Get some oscillations to create our terrain with, because that's kind of the pattern we were making with the rocks. Yeah, thus the inspiration, right? And it should be said there are lots of different algorithms we have in this texture node that we could try. I think there are also more noise textures. Well, there's white noise. There's Voronoi, if I can spell. Voronoi, which is not what we're going for at the moment. Although it could help it make some interesting patterns. Actually, let's just go through the textures part of the menu. So, checker Gabor. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, this might be what I was looking for. I don't explore all of the options in all of the textures as often as I guess I should because that works. 2D, 3D, interesting. Interesting. That very much works. We can turn the scale down, get something a little bit smoother, but that's kind of oh, that's so cool. That's along the lines of what I was trying to get to. So I'm glad that we took a look at some of the other texture options because I was going to do so much work to get this noise texture to do something akin to this. And I should say this also needs some work. Like that's not exact. Oh, what? I didn't know that node could do that. Hold on. Excuse me. That's so cool. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. I'm gonna have to play with this in my free time because oh boy, that's almost exactly what I want. I want more variation in the thickness of these different bands, but like I can very easily see how this gets how we get from this to the rocky texture that we drew at the beginning of the stream. Uh hold on, can we play with the position vector to be able to we're getting rid of all of this junk. Okay. Uh and also save. Don't wait 4 hours, 4.5 hours to save your project file. Uh, don't be like me. Be better than me. Okay, let's take the position. Let's get some vector math in here. Do we have... We have sine. What does that do on this in terms of this node? Like, okay. Sorry, this is a I keep apologizing, whatever. This is an something I've never tried to play with. Like I've never used trig functions on vectors, and I'm kind of curious how it works. Like how does this like how do we adjust trig in vectors? I always play with them as individual components, not like this. This is neat. Uh, I'm just going through different operations in the vector math node, which is nothing, honestly. If we skip, okay, hold on. So we can turn down this frequency, and now we get banding. Or did I say frequency? I meant scale. Can we turn up the frequency? That's so cool. That's so cool. Also, I think... Let's replace this scale with a multiply so that we get... we have all three of our components. Let's just play with... one, or we could scale down how much we get for each of them. We're not playing with Z. Okay. Okay. Trying to think, like, I don't really want these dots to show up, right? Can we get a random value, like a random vector? Or, no, let's not do that. Let's get a noise, another noise texture, and use the color. But now we're going to multiply this. Okay, that's interesting for sure. And it breaks up some of the uh, repeatedness, the repetition. Thank you. Uh, I don't. Now I'm just playing around with it, like trying to figure out how do we get interesting textures and things. Uh, oh, there've been a couple of messages. Maybe float curve can mix with your noise, but maybe it I don't understand what is the problem of the solution. But thanks for the explanation. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, yeah, like I said, I'm not going to tell you not to do that. The way I interpreted your question, I guess I was like, yeah, I wouldn't do it that way, but I hope my rambling helped. Genuinely, that's all I'm here for is to ramble in an attempt at helping. uh anyway, I'm just I love this, and I've never played with this, like I've never done this exactly before, and now I'm fascinated specifically by this node. So now I'm just kind of playing around with it. I'd love to get something that approximates the texture I was going for. Uh, I'm probably going about this in a very bad way. Let's be honest here. Da, da, da. Ooh, distortion would be. Ooh, no, you don't have distortion. Okay. Um, this is a dumb, but we could just take a random noise value uh, as the vector to then do that on. Add in some distortion. I want some distortion. The distortion is good. Maybe, and hear me out. Well, no, this doesn't have a vector output. I was thinking we could use this as the input for that, but I don't think that's going to be how that works. Let's scale this up because I want more of these patterns. And then I'm also thinking, what if we take a math node and do maximum, minimum, maximum of this, and do I want another noise texture? I think I do. I think I want to double up both of these, actually. And we're going to get position. Now, right now, that's redundant. But what we can do is add, zero those out, and let's just connect everything together. So it's going to be a little redundant for a moment, because this is all generating the same noise. But if we add this, we can offset. Okay, that's not really what I want. Turn down. We could essentially get two different noises to layer on top, and maybe I want the minimum of all of them. That's closer to what I was going for. What I wanted was a bunch of banding, and to be fair, the distortion is up a little too much. Like, these should be maybe more in line like that. But I wanted to break them up along the other axis, if that makes sense. But now I'm just thinking I don't need that. Ooh, oof. Hold on, we're gonna rotate some vectors. We need to rotate that. Is there a, I don't think we can do that just with this. We need a line. No. Rotate. Vector rotate. Yes. Whenever we get into rotations, I go a little, like, my brain has a hard time making sure I'm doing the right thing because rotations are just funky. Anyway, we can rotate this noise, and we can also cancel that. Well, I'd rather not cancel that out, actually, I think. But let's turn down the scale so we get... Now turn up the scale, turn down the frequency. I was just trying to get... This is way too uniform. I was trying to get random breaks in this periodic texture. And I don't think that's really it. Anyway. Now I want to get this to work. Well, and I guess we could use a noise texture to drive the angles so that they're not all broken up by the same, like, that's nothing. That's nothing. That's not. Zero distortion. Roughness, nope. Scale, lower. I want lower scale or lower frequency. I think that's really what I want to be able to see what the heck is going on here, right? I like how much is breaking up these ridges, but I want to emphasize the ridges more than breaking this up. So maybe minimum isn't what I want here. And subtraction feels wrong. Smooth maximum? Still not it, but I don't know why I tried that. That's nothing. That's, again, nothing. No, why do I keep trying those silly operations? I'm kind of thinking minimum. Because maximum makes this, like, grid. Minimum at least cuts things up a little bit. And I guess, again, I wanted this to be the rock texture, and that's not even the rock mixed in with the sand, which is really what made it look good, right? I'm trying to create a similar thing to what you're creating, and when you say you want to use some node, I also in the same time want to use it. What a coincidence. Wow. Hey, great minds. Thanks for joining me on this journey. I hope what you're making turns out well, because I have a feeling this is going to take me a good while to get something that I'm happy with and I could say is the end goal, which makes me a little bit sad because I was like, oh man, I want to be able to end this stream on a high note, right? And be able to say, oh yeah, we in fact built a beach in Blender. It's looking less and less like we're gonna get to that exactly, but I don't want to give up yet, though. I'm not ready to throw in the towel, but it has been X number of hours, and I need to go eat lunch. Anyway, I wanted to just kind of make that a little bit shorter, because that's intense. Also, we've only looked at value. Now I'm kind of curious what phase looks like. Oh, no. Nah, I'm good. Intensity is interesting. Okay. Okay. What can we do with you? I'm sure there's something like, ooh, hold on. What if we got a mix node in instead of the minimum? We went from here to there. Sorry, from here to there, and intensity is the factor? No, I don't think that's it. It's interesting, to say the least. Mm, I liked the look of the minimum, though. Now that's interesting. Not at all what I was going for, but that's so interesting looking. Oh yeah, no, this Gabor, Gabber, I guess choose your accent. This Gabor texture is fascinating, and I'm so glad that I found it. Oh, I didn't even think to like rotate, like we were rotating the noise texture. But I forgot we can rotate the Gabor. Oh, this is so good. Let's keep this offset. I just want to rotate that around. I. Okay. Okay, okay. Now, we're not going to use the intensity, I don't think, but. Yeah, I want less. I want fewer ridges going along this way, if that makes sense. So, like, if we turn down the scale. No, keep the frequency. I mean, they work hand in hand. That's how this stuff goes. I have a feeling we're gonna need more than just this, but like, that's so interesting. And like, that looks like sand ripples. Oh man, this for sand. Oh, we get something a little bit harsher, like a more jagged for the rocks, and then this layered for the sand, maybe as the normals for the sand, because that would be a lot to have so much little detail for all of the sand. Probably do that with shaders too, because again, that would be a lot of geometry. But oh, that's so good. Ah, oh, it's so good. And yeah, I want something like that, but not for the rocks. Like I want it to cut into it, but not so extreme. I don't know. It's hard. It's hard to know exactly what dials will get you where you want to go, you know? Before you actually get there. Like I know where I want to go, but the puzzle is the most fun part of it and the most annoying just because it's like you just don't know what dials to turn, what knobs to dial. Yeah. Yeah, let's multiply that. Let's just tone it down a little bit. And I'm wondering, like, we have phase. I think phase. Ooh, almost, almost. I don't like how, or do I like that? That's interesting. Oh, there's so many interesting things going on here. Like that's starting to look rocky-er, but also it's very jagged. Like too jagged. We can blur this though, yeah? Blur attribute. If we just increase that a couple times, that's starting to get there. They're all going the same way. I want it like it's jagged, but I don't want it all to be jagged, and I don't want it to be pointing in the same direction, if that makes sense. I'm definitely gonna have to rename this stream because make it something like attempting to build beaches. Anyway, I've discovered things to continue to research and whatnot, continue to like play around with. We also figured out an interesting way to make a beach. Maybe not the best way to make a beach. But I think that's about all I can really do today. Um, yeah, and next week I think I'll play around with some of these noise textures and see if we can't do this, but with textures in addition to layer paint to weight painting, right? Not just weight painting everything. I think that would be interesting and maybe better. I think better because we'll have seed values and things we can control if we don't like what the texture has done, instead of just repainting the texture, which is annoying. But anyway, thank you guys so much for hanging out and trying things out with me, doing silly things, just kind of following me down rabbit holes as we did all of this. Talking while trying to also find the button. There it is. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. I'm gonna rename this stream, be like attempting to build beaches in Blender, because we didn't quite get there, but such is life, right? C'est la vie. I had fun. I hope you had fun. I learned a lot about this process, and I hope you did too. Anyway, enough of me rambling. Have a good day, night, whatever time it is for you, and I will see you all in the next one. Bye.